Mr. Taylor, you heard us discuss the subpoena duces tecum and the items that were requested to be produced?
Just now, yes.
Okay. And you understand there's a court order that indicates that you have to produce these items?
Yes.
Okay. For item number 2, where we're asking for, I'm sorry, let's go back to item number 1, where we're asking for bank statements. Would you agree that when somebody does a direct wire transfer from their account to another account, that there would be a bank statement that would reflect that for the receiving party?
Of course.
Okay.
Yes.
And can you produce, consistent with the subpoena, the bank statements which show Deborah Frasier's wire transfers?
Yes, of course.
And do you want to tell me, is that still the 30-day?
Yeah, we'll produce them within 30 days prior to the January 9th date if the documents exist.
He's indicated they do. So you have bank statements that show wire transfers if they were given from Deborah Frasier's account?
Yes.
Okay. And I understand that on bank statements, it may not show only Deborah Frasier's deposit being made, but you obviously have bank statements that show various deposits that are made that would include Deborah Frasier's.
Yeah, well, yeah, if she wired it.
I'm not talking about wired ones.
Okay, yeah, she gave her check or cash, right. All of that's recorded and it's all itemized, yes.
All right, so
individually.
You would be able to tell me in what deposit those checks went into?
Of course.
And you
yes.
could provide me the bank statements?
Of course, yes. If that's appropriate, yes.
Well, that's what's been requested
okay.
and ordered.
That's fine, yeah.
And all records showing how Mrs. Frasier's donations, this is item number 2, how they were spent, including canceled checks, invoices, etc. Now, when she makes donations, she has designated for what purpose. For example, Rosh Hashanah. What would Rosh Hashanah be?
It's a Jewish holiday that we, as Christians, observe, you know, on the Jewish calendar. It's a quite celebrated holiday in the Christian community, in some circles, large circles, but not everyone does it.
So when Mrs. Frasier made donations that were designated as Rosh Hashanah, my subpoena duces tecum asks for canceled checks, invoices, check registers, bank statements, etc., that would back up those donations being spent for that purpose.
Yeah, that Rosh Hashanah is not so much a statement for the purpose of the money being used. It's a holiday, and it's designating when she gave an offering, like everyone else.
So it didn't go for the purpose of Rosh Hashanah in any way?
Well, Rosh Hashanah is not, it's a holiday. It's a service called Rosh Hashanah. It's
right.
No, like when I, you know, take up an offering for a specific thing, then, you know, like if I say we want to raise offering for an 18-wheeler truck, then, and I say we're going to use this money for that, then it goes directly to that. This is a service, such like a Sunday morning service or Easter service. And you don't purposeful, when the people give donations, you don't say where it goes to the Easter egg, you know. Do you understand what I'm saying? It's the Rosh Hashanah is the name of a Jewish holiday.
No, I'm aware of that.
Okay, great.
How long do you think Rosh Hashanah lasts? How many days?
10 days, normally.
Now, one of her donations is listed as a money order.
Mm-hmm.
And would you have deposited that into the general fund?
Yeah, I'm sure it would go there.
All right, and you can produce a bank statement that would correlate with that deposit.
We have everything on record.
Okay. When she talks about a leadership conference in Taylor, what would that money be related to?
Well, there are different services that I held, and we have people who attend those services and they give in those services. So when you see leadership is designating the type of service we're having, do that make sense?
So you have a specific service called a leadership conference?
Yes, where I teach leaders.
And do people have to pay to go into that service?
No, everything is free. They donate freely in the offering.
Now, is there a reason you didn't bring the documentation that backs this up because you say it exists?
It's not a reason we didn't. I just think that maybe my office didn't quite understand everything that was asked for in detail like you're asking. But it's no problem. We can provide that.
All right, when you say your office,
Yes.
where would that be?
I have an office here in Taylor, Michigan.
And what's that address?
2320, what is that? Superior Road.
What are the numbers?
I'm saying 320. 20320.
Wait a minute, say it
Superior
again.
Road, 20320.
Okay, 5 digits.
Yeah.
Okay, Superior,
Road.
and that's Taylor.
Michigan.
Is this designated as an office on the outside of the building?
I'm sorry, what are you saying now?
When you look at this 20320 Superior Road in Taylor, what does the outside of the building look like? Does it say JMMI? What does it say?
Yeah, it says JMMI.
JMMI? And do you take up the entire building?
For what now?
For JMMI, for your office?
We don't have to use the entire building for office facilities. We just use part of it,
What's the rest of the building used for?
having services.
Is this the church in Taylor that you go to?
I don't understand what you're asking. Can you rephrase?
Isn't there a church that you give services out of in Taylor?
Oh, yeah, on Sunday. But, yeah,
Is that this same building?
we let them use the building on Sunday morning.
Okay, when you say we let them, who's we and who's them?
JMMI owns the building, and there's a church called Kingdom Family Church that, they are just getting started, so they don't have a large overhead or nothing like that. We allow them to use the building on Sunday, since I use the building more so for massive conferences and services, things like that.
When did JMMI purchase this building?
I think that was in maybe 2 years ago. Yeah, a little over 2 years ago.
Does it have a mortgage?
No, it's paid off.
So do these was it Kingdom Family?
KFC, Kingdom Family Church.
Then they pay rent?
Not really, no.
Okay, let me place an objection on the record. I've given a lot of latitude so far in this very brief deposition, but the objection is to relevance.
Yeah.
I don't know how this possibly relates to the
Objections
issues
noted.
of parenting time and/or spousal support.
There's more to it than that.
Okay, you can go ahead and answer the question.
So when you say your office, are you referring exclusively to this 20320 Superior Road building?
Yes.
You do not have an office in any other city or state?
Yes, we do.
Okay, do you want to tell me about those?
And we're getting those more established. One in St. Louis, another in Budapest, Hungary, Europe, Korea, Arizona. So,
You have offices in those 4 places?
yes.
All right, may I have the address of the St. Louis office?
We used to use a P.O. box for that.
I want the actual street address.
Well, we are just getting things established there for us before we get a building. So I usually use my P.O. box as an address for that. So to say that we have just offices in a public building, like I usually use my Taylor residence for the professional address.
All right, so wait a sec, the Taylor residence?
Taylor building, Taylor office facilities. Yeah.
Right, you used it as, you referred to it as a Taylor residence. Do you own a home?
No, I'm sorry. I mean Taylor building on Superior.
Okay.
It's in a corporate area, so it's a office building. It's not a residence, sorry.
Okay, but it's also used as a church by some people, at least?
Yes, we allow churches to use.
Okay, so the office is, are you saying there is no physical place in St. Louis that your ministry operates out of?
No, I mean a building physically. I used to have one, but not now. I moved all of my physical, I want to say resident. What word should I use? I moved all my physical place here in Taylor.
So there's nothing in St. Louis anymore?
A P.O. box.
Well, that's not a
Well, our
destination.
mail go there. That's huge. It's massive. It's huge.
So when you say that's huge and massive, are you referring to the amount of mail you get there?
Well, mail. I mean, corresponding with people is very important to us. So that's big to us.
But you don't have any place in St. Louis that you work out of or anybody else works out of?
We may work out of our little home or whatever with a computer.
What do you mean your little home? What does that mean?
Well, I mean, like if I have a staff person, until we raise enough money to buy another office facility in that area, then, we do it out of, my staff that is there, they do it out of the place they may live. So that's what I'm saying.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you. Do it out of the place that...
Yeah, their little office that they have in the place they stay in at this time.
You
so
mean
that's
somebody
what I'm
could
telling
be
you.
working technically, in your opinion, out of their home?
Like you do out of yours, right?
No.
I mean, you have
I
a
have an
computer.
office.
Yeah, I know, but you have a computer at your home, and you have an office. I have an office too. It's here. So I'm saying I travel, I'm mobile, I live in St. Louis, so there are things that have to be done there. So we take laptops. I'm sure you got a laptop, right? Yeah.
This isn't about me.
Yeah. But I'm just trying to give you an
I'm trying to
understanding.
figure out
Yes.
where was the building that you say you no longer have? What was that address?
That was in St. Louis on Patterson. I can't remember the address.
You don't know the address of the building that you
yeah,
own?
it's been years ago.
You said it was just a couple years ago.
No, I didn't say couple. I said years ago.
How many years ago did you cease owning this building?
I didn't own it. It was a rental property.
It was a rental property in St. Louis?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
And what was the purpose of that property?
Office facilities.
And how big was it?
Objection to relevance.
Okay.
You can answer the question, but I'm going to place a standing objection on the
That's
record.
fine.
It was probably about 3,000 square feet, just for office facilities. Yeah.
And you paid rent to somebody? Who did you pay it to?
I don't remember the guy's name who owned it.
Okay, but you don't have any physical facility that you operate out of
I
in
don't
St.
have a
Louis?
building there. My building, like I said, I moved my offices here.
No, I understand, but aside from an office, anything else, even
That's
that...
what I'm saying.
No,
We
let me
moved-
just finish so we're real clear what I'm asking.
Okay.
Anything even other than an office.
I've shared with you that
Let me
they may do
let me
it.
finish so you
Okay.
can understand.
Okay.
I'm not talking about people that work out of their home.
Yes.
I'm talking about any other building or facility that you or your ministry works out of in St. Louis.
Yes. I have staff who work out of a home that they
No, I understand that.
may
I'm asking
live in.
about something else.
I'm just saying I don't have what you're asking. I don't have a physical building there like that. It's up here in Taylor. This is where our professional offices are.
Where's the residential center that is on your asset and liability sheet?
Oh, it's in St. Louis.
Okay.
But that's not an office.
I'm not,
Yeah.
I asked a few times, it doesn't have to be an office. Any facility, building, structure that you work out of, office or otherwise.
Okay.
So there is a residential center.
Oh, yes, Of course. You should have said that earlier. I didn't know
No,
what you
you
were
should have
saying.
answered earlier.
No, you didn't.
Residential
You didn't
center.
explain enough.
Residential center is in St. Louis.
Be direct and specific so I can answer your question.
Sir, that's why I was suggesting you not interrupt me so that I could finish the sentence and you'd be real clear what we were asking.
Okay.
So a residential center does exist in St. Louis?
Oh, of course, yes.
Okay.
But that's not an office.
It doesn't have to be an office.
Okay. I
Any-
thought you was talking about a professional location like this.
No,
We have that in Taylor. Okay.
I did not limit my question to an office.
Okay, so yeah, be more specific so I can know what you're saying.
I believe I was. All right, so
Not
what is
really.
this residential center?
Oh, this is a place that the ministry owns. Well, not own. We're in the process of buying that. Yeah, we don't
So are
own
you
it yet.
renting to buy or are you?
Yeah, we're leasing to buy.
You have that as an asset of $2,844,500. So do you own it?
I just answered that, didn't I? I said we didn't own it.
Okay,
We're
but
leasing
where
to
where
buy
does
it.
I'm sorry?
We're leasing to buy it. Did you? I thought we just said that.
All right, but
Yeah.
you have listed it as an asset worth $2,844,000.
Oh, that should be more of a liability. Yeah.
Would you like to take a look at the
Oh, okay. Yeah.
document?
Hold on there.
You got the liability on page 2.
Okay, I see what you're saying. What we have already paid compared to what it's worth. Is that what you're saying? What it,
You
because
listed it.
it's not paid off. Like,
All right, so where does the number $2,844,000 come from on your
that's the
asset and liability?
That's, I guess, the appraisal value of the home or the residential center. Yeah.
Is it a home?
No, it's a residential center. We use it.
All right,
For
so you're saying it's not something you own, but you have it listed as an asset of $2.8 million.
That's probably a mistake. Like I say, it probably should be a liability. Yeah, that should be a liability. I think that was an error there.
Who prepares this? This document
I-
called balance sheet.
I don't know. I don't know which one of them. I have 3 people in the office that could do this, so I don't know which one.
Who would those
actually.
3 people be?
Michelle, Ashley.
All right, Michelle, is it just Michelle?
Probably, yes.
And her last name?
Brannon.
Brannon?
Yes.
Okay, and the next person?
Ashley Ware.
How do you spell Ashley?
Ashley.
And how do you spell where?
Ware. Okay.
And the next one?
Brashearer. I really don't know how to spell that one. Brashearer.
Is it a man or woman?
It's a lady.
Bashira?
Yeah.
And her last name?
I'm trying to pronounce that. Hargus.
Can you just spell it?
Haque, something like that. Yeah.
Are these all employees?
No, they are volunteer workers. One is employee,
Who's the employee?
Michelle.
And these 2 people are volunteers?
Yes.
Do you have an accountant that does any kind of accounting work for you?
We have a private firm, yes.
And who is that?
Davis and Associates.
Davidson,
Davis and Associates.
Davis and Associates?
Mhm.
And where are they located?
In St. Louis.
So you don't know who prepared this balance sheet?
Like I say, it could have been one of those three. I don't want to tell you a story. I can't tell you exactly.
I don't
who
want
did
you
it.
to tell me anything you can't
Yeah,
verify.
so I don't
But
know.
your accountant did not.
Now, what are you asking? Are you asking if the accountant did the balancings, or did someone provide these sheets to you? What are you saying? What are you saying?
In terms of who prepared this document about assets and liabilities, would your accountant have prepared this?
I don't think my accountant did that. I think that the internal office tried to answer your questions, and they pulled information from maybe documents that my professional firm did and tried to give you what you needed.
So were these documents created for the purpose of this deposition, or did they exist before?
Oh, they exist before. We have everything documented. Everything. Every penny.
But you acknowledge that you believe this $2.8 million is an error.
It has to be, because the residential center is not paid off. So it couldn't be an asset, right? It's a liability. And that's how the banks would show it, right? You would know that, right?
I don't answer questions. This is one way I
Okay,
ask
I'm just
you.
saying, I'm
Okay.
trying to get an understanding.
All right, so tell me the residential center. Did we get an address for that? Hmm? I need an address for the residential center.
Yeah, 24,000 Timpage.
What is it?
Timpage, T-I-M.
T-I-M.
P-A-I-G-E.
That's the name of the street?
Yes, Timpage.
That's right, Timpage?
Timpage, yeah.
Avenue, road, anything?
I think it's road, probably.
And that is in St. Louis?
Yes, Chesterfield, Missouri.
So you're renting with an option to buy?
Yes,
And who is the owner then?
the ministry. Oh, no, I'm sorry. The ministry is renting with the option to buy. The owner is Harold Lewis.
Okay, and what goes on at the residential center?
Well, I mean, it's
Objection to form of the question. What are you trying to ask?
yeah.
What is its purpose? Who goes there?
It is really it's a gathering place for our ministry, where I bring in different leaders and also the staff that we have as a place of, maybe resort and teaching and training.
Resort?
Yeah, teaching. A resort where we teach and train.
What do you mean by the word resort? Usually people think of that as...
Maybe I'm not saying it right. Let's strike that word. Maybe it's a place where they can come and be refreshed. Like, I don't know if you have ever been on Christian retreats or things like that, where people can go and hear the Word of God and also relax and that kind of thing. So.
But it's not a church.
No, it's not a church.
Do people live there?
It's habitable, yes. We could live there. We could stay overnight.
Do people stay overnight and live there?
No, people stay overnight. When I have guests in, they could come in and do that. But I have my own apartment. I stay in a small apartment.
In the residential center?
No, I have my own personal apartment.
Okay, we'll get to that, but
So when I'm saying, so the residential center is used, it has bedrooms and stuff like that, so you can stay in there. But it's more so used for a retreat and a place where, people can be refreshed. Am I answering right? Am I okay? Okay.
You're confident of that address that you gave me on Tim Page?
Yeah, 24,000, is that right?
You tell me.
I thought that is.
You're confident of that address, though?
I think so. I think that's right. Am I wrong? Do I need to look something up? You know, what's the...
You're answering the question to the best of your knowledge.
Yes, thank you.
Is it possible that it's 15,400?
Oh, yes, that's right. It was 15,400. That is right. That's totally off. Thank you, guys. Y'all are sharp.
I'm going to show you a picture of 15,400 Tim Page.
Mm-hmm.
And this is in a residential neighborhood,
Yes. Mm-hmm.
and it is a home.
Yeah, but it's a residential center. That's what the ministry.
Right, but this is in a residential neighborhood. Is that
yeah.
right?
Mm-hmm. Yes,
okay.
of course. Mm-hmm.
Is it like a subdivision with different houses up and down the street?
I don't think I would call it a subdivision, but it's other homes around it.
So it is.
Yes.
Does
It's
this
a residential area, yeah.
do the neighbors there know you're operating a ministry out of there?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, they got to answer yes or no.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
And this is actually not listed as St. Louis. It's listed as Chesterfield.
Yeah, I said that earlier. Yeah. I
No,
said
you-
Chesterfield, Missouri.
No, you said St.
Can you hear me
Louis.
say that?
You're being argumentative.
Yeah.
Objection. He did say Chesterfield. I have it written down.
You're not
I
listening.
didn't hear it.
You're not listening. Yeah.
I'm sorry, but I am very careful.
Not really.
Okay, so the residential center is in Chesterfield, Missouri,
Chesterfield, yes.
and it's actually what had been used as a home by people previously. It's not an office building or.
Oh, no.
Okay.
It's not in a business center area.
Okay.
It's in a residential area, but it's remote. It is not like upon, it's spacious, so you can understand what I'm saying.
Well, it says it's 8,204 square feet.
Yes.
Okay, and you told me the owner was
Harold Lewis.
Harold Lewis, and
Yes.
who is Harold Lewis?
He is a sports agent for many years.
Does he reside in that house?
No.
And do you know where he lives?
Yes, but I can't give his address. I don't know that information.
What city or what state?
Oh, Lake St. Louis.
Lake St. Louis?
Yes, Lake St. Louis. That's another suburb out by Chesterfield.
So is it in Lake or St. Louis?
Maybe, what did I say?
You said Lake St. Louis, which I didn't think made sense.
Yeah, I'm probably quoting that wrong. It's an area. It's like a suburb, and there's Lake. I think it's Lake St. Louis. Lake. I'm not sure. I'm not positive, but I know it has lake something in it.
So you're purchasing this home from Harold Lewis?
Yes, the ministry is. Not I, the ministry.
And when you say it's remote, how do people get there then?
I mean, it's not just, it's a gate. So,
Gated community?
yes, not community, the house is gated.
How many nights a year would you say that you sleep there?
Oh, I don't know, because I'm always traveling on the road.
You can approximate.
And I'm usually when I have guests or, I don't know, I really don't have, what are you looking for? How many, I don't have.
How many nights would you spend?
It
At that
varies. It
residential
depends if I'm traveling or if I'm in my own apartment or usually
can
I'm out of town
approximate.
so much.
Right, I understand.
Yeah.
But still, how many nights would you spend there?
If I'm there for a week, I may spend 2 nights and just check on things. But
What do you mean,
I
just
can't really
check on
say.
things?
Well, I mean, it's a residence, you know. It's something you must check on, keep up.
Now, you said you have an apartment,
Yes.
and what's that address?
2008 Victory Way Lane,
20
2008. 2008 Victory Way Lane,
Victory,
Way Lane.
in what city?
Florissant, Missouri.
Can you spell that?
Florissant, Florissant.
How far is that from Chesterfield?
Probably 35 minutes.
Okay, and then, all right, so how many nights a year do you sleep at the apartment?
I can't say. I don't know how to answer that. I really don't know how to answer that.
Just an approximation.
I can't say.
Well, how often do you go to the apartment?
I'm out of town so much, but I'm trying to think. What are you looking for?
In the last 3 months, how many times have you gone to the apartment?
Okay, now you're making sense. Okay, so we probably could say, narrowing it down like that, maybe 10.
And then in the last 3 months, how many nights or times would there be at the residential center?
Maybe 5, something like that.
So even though it's called a residential center, you don't have people staying there continuously?
No,
There is nobody that resides there
no,
as their primary residence?
no.
And what do you pay in rent on the apartment?
900 and something. I'm not sure. It's about 9.
And does anybody else live with you there?
No. Well, my babies, my 2 children.
Your babies
they-
live there?
Yeah, Joshua and Destiny.
Joshua, what's Joshua's full name?
Objection to relevance.
That's okay. What's his name?
Joshua, do I need to answer that?
Yeah, you can go ahead and answer, but with the understanding that this is an
I understand.
ongoing objection.
I get it.
Okay.
Okay.
Joshua,
Caleb Taylor,
how do you spell Caleb? C?
Caleb.
And how old? What's the date of birth?
He's 15 years old.
What's that date of birth?
December the 21st, 1989.
1999, did you say?
Yeah.
Okay, and your other child?
Destiny Taylor,
How do you spell that?
Destiny.
And her middle name?
Nann.
And
Taylor.
her date of birth?
January 16th. 1987. She's 17.
Okay, and when so you threw me there when you referred to them as your babies. They're actually teenagers.
I know. You know, they're always children to your father. They'll always be my
Do you have any other
babies.
children?
Yes. Isaiah Webster.
How do you spell that?
Isaiah.
Middle name?
I don't have that. Webster.
You don't know his middle name?
No, I don't think he has one. Yeah. Webster.
And his date of birth?
His date of birth is February the 3rd, 1990. No, I'm sorry, 2000. Sorry, 2003.
Any other children?
That's it.
3? All right, when you refer to Joshua and Destiny You say they live at your apartment? You can answer yes or no.
Oh, yes.
Is that full-time?
No, it's joint custody with their mom,
And who's their mother?
Tabitha A. Taylor,
And where does she live?
in St. Louis.
So if you're traveling so much and you only get to these places, whatever, 10 times in 3 months, is that the primary place that you see Joshua and Destiny?
No,
Where else would you see them?
I have an apartment.
No, I'm talking about the apartment. Is that where you see them?
Well, you asked about how often I go to the residential center. You didn't ask about the apartment.
No, I
So
asked
that's where
about
we really
both.
stay.
I asked
Well, no,
about
you
both.
weren't specific about the apartment directly. The time we have there. Your questions was about the residential
I asked
center.
both, and you said in about 3 months you would probably go there about 10 times, and you paid $900 a month in rent.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you was asking about the residential center. No. When I'm in town, it's more than that there at the apartment where I pay $900. I thought you was speaking of the residential center. I'm sorry.
Okay, so at the apartment, in a 3-month period of time, how often do you think you stay there?
I try to make it back every weekend. So in 3 months, you would say out of 12 weeks, you would say maybe 12. No, maybe, 11 at the most, and 9 at the least, if I'm really busy.
All right, so when you said 10 times in 3 months, that's kind of accurate then, isn't it?
Yeah, but I thought I was referring to that was really another amount for the residential center to check on things. Yeah.
All right, so the residential center, you also spend approximately 10 nights in a 3-month period of time?
Not really, no. I was referring to maybe going there. That's what I thought you were referring to. So.
Not sleeping there?
No, but I have slept there sometimes.
Are you the caretaker of the residential center?
Well, I'm the caretaker, but I have help. My staff helps. So I usually will have them go out there and take care of things when I'm gone. So
When you
I don't
refer
know
to
if I could say I'm the caretaker because I'm always gone. So I have a staff that really see to it.
Who's
care
the
for it.
staff that you refer to in doing that?
It's a list of people
Where's the key to the place kept?
with the caregiver, the person who we have look at the place.
All right, who is that person?
James Gregory.
And is he on staff
Yes.
with JMMI? You have to answer yes or no.
Yes, also. Yeah. Yes.
And is he volunteer or paid?
Volunteer at this time.
And he has the key in his possession.
Yes.
I'm going to get home. Who is the mother of Isaiah Webster?
Monica Webster,
And where does she live?
in Washington State.
What city?
I'm not sure now. It was Tacoma.
West Tacoma?
Yeah.
Were you married to Miss Webster?
No.
Do you have any kind of custodial relationship with Isaiah?
Yes.
And what is that?
Just, I'm his father, and I have the rights to see him and have him. So.
Okay, but what I mean by custodial relationship, do you have any kind of joint legal, joint
Oh, no.
physical?
No.
Nothing on paper?
No.
You got to answer not.
No.
Okay, so when was the last time you saw him?
It's been a while now.
What would that be, just approximate?
Maybe a year. Yeah.
Are there court proceedings related to this child?
Um,
Paternity,
I wanna
child
say-
support?
Oh yeah, child support.
You
Yes.
pay child support?
Mm-hmm.
You have to answer, I'm sorry, yes or no.
Yes, I do.
And how much do you pay in child support?
$450
$450
a month. Yes.
a month?
Mm-hmm.
And what about the two other children?
$750.
$750 a month for Joshua and Destiny?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
And were you married to their mother?
Yes.
I'm sorry. And her name was Tabitha.
Yes.
And when were you divorced?
In February of 2010.
And in what county and state?
St. Louis. All these questions necessary.
I placed a standing objection on the record.
Okay. Do I have to answer, or do I still have to answer?
You have to answer the question.
I would just note that you're having a conversation with the deponent, just for the record.
I'm indicating that he has to answer the questions.
Okay? Oh, I'm going to go back on this. So when someone says to you, where is your residence, well, tell me what your answer is.
I let them know where I live.
And where would you say that is?
My apartment, 208 Victory Way Lane.
Okay, so that would be where you actually reside. Reside.
Mm-hmm.
Do you have a driver's license?
Yes,
And what address is on that?
2008 Victory Way Lane.
And when you refer to your babies, your two teenagers, do they live primarily with their mother? If you're traveling so much?
Well, she has them if I don't, come back like in 1 week or so. Of course, they're with her, but we have joint custody. So she has them half of the week, I have them the other half.
Except you say you travel so much that you're not really around.
And what I did tell you, I try to come back like on the weekends. That's what my time is,
So do you see your children every weekend?
mostly.
Okay. And that would be in the apartment?
Yes, or wherever we go. They've come out to the residential center too, so.
To sleep overnight?
Yeah, they've done that before.
Now, has Debbie Frasier ever been to the residential center?
Is that something I should answer, or? Yes, she has.
And when was that?
When was the last time? I think the 4th of July was, no, I don't. I'm trying to remember if the 4th of July was the accurate time, because we had the staff out, so I think she was there.
And would she have swam in the pool there? Pardon me?
I'm not sure.
Are there dogs there?
Dogs?
Yeah, are there ever dogs that are at the residential center?
No.
So when Debbie Frasier goes to St. Louis, do you know where she goes or stays when she's there?
No, I don't know all of that information. I know when she has come, people from my staff, when we do crusades, they stay in a hotel. Yeah.
What do you mean when you do crusades?
Well, I do crusades all over the country, so if I carry our team to St. Louis, of course we've done that, where we have a bigger crusade than the team from Taylor and Arizona and other places come in, and they get hotels.
How many times do you have crusades in St. Louis?
Well, now with my schedule, It's only once a year now because I can't hold them 4 times a year like I used to.
What is Deborah Frazier's relationship to JMMI?
She is, first of all, a wonderful mother. And
I'm asking about JMMI.
yeah, that's what I'm saying. I'm getting there. Just hold your horse. So, and she really is a worker, a very diligent worker in the ministry.
What does that mean?
Well, she helps service people, help people.
Tell me what that means.
Poor,
Tell me what that means. Where do they feed the poor?
Well, you know, before, of course, that the food bank moved out, she was also helping in that with our ministry.
Okay, I don't know anything about
a food bank. You don't understand that?
No, you said before it moved out. I don't know anything about a food bank moving out.
Yeah, well, we had
out of where?
Out of our building. They wanted to get a bigger place. So, but for about,
right.
what, 6 years, we housed a food bank.
Hold on a sec.
Okay, well,
food bank moved out of your building. What building are you talking about?
Oh, Taylor.
Taylor.
Here in Taylor, yes.
So there was a food bank.
Yes.
In what building?
In the Taylor building, on Superior Road. That. But it's no longer there. But you know, those are the kind of services she would do, where she would help. Our ministry would join with them. Like I say, I let the building out to different ministries to do different multiple things. So they would
for free?
Yes, for free.
Okay, so there was a food bank, and you're saying that Deborah Frazier worked at the food bank?
She helped some. She didn't just work all the time, but that's the kind of work that she would do.
When did the food bank leave?
When was that? Earlier this year. They went to try to get a bigger place, I guess.
What was it called? Food bank?
You know, that's the name they used. That's the name they used. So I don't.
They have a sign that said food bank?
Yeah, probably something like that.
Well, I mean, do you know or not know?
I just don't. I'm not really sure. All I know is that that's the common word that they would use, and they would bring gleaners in an 18-wheeler truck and just feed hundreds of families.
Do you know what agency was involved in this? Who organized the food bank?
It was a ministry that was connected with us, so I don't have all that information.
Well, when somebody comes to you and says, can we use part of your building to feed the poor, do you ask who they are?
Of course.
Okay, and who were these folks?
They were a ministry that came in, you know, they were more so feeding the poor.
Right, but by what name were they known?
Okay, see, they, you know, I don't know. They didn't go by a name like that. I know they were established and incorporated. I could just tell you their names as individuals, but their organization, we were really covering them and supporting that and helping that.
What do you mean you were covering them?
Well, you know, they needed a place to do that out of and a place to bring the 18-wheeler to feed many people.
You said they were incorporated?
Mm-hmm.
But
their name, yes. But their name, I don't know their name. I don't know their official name. I just know it was a ministry team, and they were doing this work.
Okay. When Miss Frazier goes to St. Louis, what does she do for you or the ministry or whoever?
Well, when she goes to St. Louis, she works in the crusades. Like if I'm having a service there, she ushers.
Where would this physically be?
The crusade?
Right.
At a friend of mine, a bishop's church, who has a large facility in the suburb.
In the suburb?
Mm-hmm.
What city?
Florissant, Missouri.
Can you spell that again?
Florissant.
What's the bishop's name?
Bishop Matthew Ferguson.
And what's the name of the church?
Abundant Life Fellowship.
And do you have an address?
I really don't know it.
So the crusade, those only once a year, isn't it?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Okay, but Debbie Frasier goes to St. Louis and works for you much more frequently than once a year.
Of course. Mm-hmm.
Okay. So she does a crusade once a year, and when would that be?
We usually do it right after the spring, or
After the spring?
yeah.
You
You're
mean
talking about
in
the
summer?
crusade, and you're talking about the crusade in St. Louis, right?
Right.
Okay, yeah.
So
After
would
the
that mean
spring.
summer?
Yeah, you probably say the beginning of summer.
You don't have it at the same time every year?
No, we can't. The schedule is too sporadic to do that.
Okay, and how long does it last?
About 3 days.
And what exactly would Deborah Frasier do to assist in the crusade?
She ushers. She mostly and any type of help that is needed by anybody coming in assistance, she assists them.
All right, give me an example of what that would mean.
Like if someone coming in a wheelchair or something like that, and she's helping them. She's a great parent.
A great parent?
Yes, she's a great parent
Okay,
and a great help.
what does that have to do with what she does at St. Louis?
Oh, I think her being a great parent has a lot to do with the way her character is in the ministry too.
Do you realize she has only supervised visits with her children?
Oh, I know all of that. Yes.
Okay. She talks to you about that?
Should I?
You don't have to
answer
look
something like
at your lawyer. I'm asking you the question.
Well, I'm going to object
Yeah.
based on privilege between a priest and penitent.
that? Yes.
Priest?
He's got the priest-penitent privilege. He doesn't have to answer any questions specific to conversations with his members.
Exactly.
I don't think he's a priest.
It's
Sorry.
called the priest-penitent privilege.
But
Doesn't have to be a priest. It can be a minister.
you have a cite for
or
that?
rabbi. No, I don't.
I'm just going to make, again,
Does she put a
there's a
pack?
certain decorum in this deposition. I'm going to raise an objection.
Does she-
There's two things that are happening with your client. One, he's glaring. Two, he's making comments. It's inappropriate. That's unprofessional. You're the
Right.
attorney. If he wants to participate, he shouldn't be glaring, shaking his head, rolling his eyes, and making comments. He's allowed to be here. He's not. That's not appropriate
And
for him
I
to be doing.
concur in that objection.
That's fine.
Let's take a 5-minute break. I need to use your restroom.
Go ahead. It's 4:01,
I'll
just
correct.
for...
358. Back on the record, 404, just 2.
All right, Mr. Taylor, I'm going to show you Exhibit 1. I'm going to ask you if this is what you have referred to as the residential center.
I see it before you answer.
Yes, this is.
Okay, and you can tell me how many pages are on that exhibit?
It's 6.
And is it accurate that all those pages are pictures of the residential center?
Exactly.
Okay.
Okay.
And what do you want?
See it.
Oh, I thought you just did.
I looked at page 1.
Yeah. Is that also referred to as the ministry house?
It could be, yeah. I mean, yes. But
Yes.
we usually say professionally residential center, so
But sometimes it's referred to as the ministry house?
yes.
And is there any other place that's referred to as the ministry house?
I think there's another location where the ministry have already, I think, started buying a place, and it's a place for some of the staff where they stay, where I provide a place if someone wants to do intern in the ministry. So I provide a place for
Where's
them
that?
to stay. It's in St. Louis.
And what's the address for that?
I don't know. I don't have that because it's recent, so it's not.
Would you be able to provide that
Yeah, we can provide
with
that for you.
the other documents you're going to give me before your next
Of
deposition?
course, yes, exactly.
And just for the record, I would note over Mr. Jenkins' statements that we dispute that my client is glaring or doing anything inappropriate. He is looking at David Taylor, AKA the prophet, I'm sorry, the apostle, because that is the person who is speaking. And he is not rolling his eyes. He is talking to me on occasion, which is perfectly acceptable for him to talk to his attorney. I would just like the record to reflect that. So back to the questions.
Record reflects that he's been making statements regularly, verbally, while he's been sitting there.
Right, to me.
While you're talking.
I hear him.
No, while you're talking.
That's fine.
And also
He has another attorney
expressions.
sitting next to him.
That's fine.
Okay.
I'm sitting right across from him, so
That's fine.
I'm just asking you
I've
to control.
indicated that I don't.
My request was to control your client, so.
My request is that you stop unnecessarily objecting. My client has done nothing wrong. He has a lawyer sitting on each side of him, and he on occasion speaks to me or to the other attorney, and there's nothing wrong with that.
My
All right,
objections are
Mr.
no,
Taylor,
and still maintain.
you don't know the address of the place that is also sometimes called Ministry House?
No.
And tell me the purpose of this place?
It's a residence that we bought that, or that we're in the process of buying to, that gives young aspiring preachers and ministers a place to stay while they're an intern in our ministry, being trained.
Has Deborah Frasier ever stayed there?
She's come over there.
What do you mean she's come over there?
She's visited and come over, I'm sure.
But you don't know the address?
No, it's too recent for me.
When you say it's recent, when did that start?
Maybe a year, 2, something like that. I just don't know, so.
I'm going to show you what you provided as the balance sheet and ask you to indicate where on this building is represented.
What building?
What you just said was you're in the process of buying a ministry house. Where would it show up on the asset and liability?
Well, it wouldn't because we're leasing it right now. So it's a liability. I don't know if they put it on here.
Well, what do you mean you're in the process of buying? Does that mean that you...
Well, yeah, we're in stages till we can buy. That's what I mean. Maybe
Okay,
I
I'm
need
not
to
sure what
rephrase
that means.
You know, before we just pay off something, we lease it until, you know, we have enough money to be able to do that. Does that make sense to you?
Not much.
Okay.
So is it your testimony that you are leasing this piece of property?
Yes.
And how much do you pay a month?
Actually, I don't know. My financial board knows all of those
Who's
things.
your financial board?
Those 3 that I gave you there.
They're your board?
No, I said financial board. That means
Right.
a certain area. They handle a certain area.
The financial board is the...
Different from the board of the JMMI.
Okay, but when you refer to them as a board,
Well, maybe I ought to rephrase that since you're tripping over that. Let's say they are financial administrators. Do that make sense?
you tell me if it makes sense.
Yes.
So do you see anything regarding this ministry house on the asset and liability sheet?
No, I don't think it would be on here because it might be. I don't see it as of now.
Can you describe this place?
It's just a residential home.
It's another house.
Yes, it's like a home, but it's.
What do you mean it's like a home?
Oh, I mean it's a home.
It is a home.
Yeah.
Okay, is it at 2036 Victory Way Lane?
2036. No.
What's at 2036 Victory Lane?
I don't know. It's an address to a.
It has nothing to do with your ministry at all? You got to answer yes or no.
No.
So you don't have any connection to 2036 Victory Lane
No.
Way?
My apartment is 2008 Victory Way Lane.
Okay.
So that sounds like another address over in that area, but that's not, I have nothing to do with that.
And that's not where the ministry house is?
No, those are condominiums, okay?
Victory Lane?
Yes.
So this ministry house, the GMMI has been leasing?
Yes.
Okay. Now, are you the head of GMMI?
Yes.
And you don't know where this place is?
I know where it is. I just don't know the address. I don't want to give you any wrong details like I did the first time.
All right, can you give me the description of where it is?
It's in Florissant, Missouri. I know
Right.
that.
Cross streets?
Yeah, it's a neighborhood.
What are the cross streets?
I don't know that. But like I said, I'll provide you with the information after this is over with.
Who owns this residence?
I don't know. It's some guy. I don't know him.
Did you arrange for this lease?
No.
Who
I
would
have
have
a
done that?
financial board who does those things.
Those three people you referred to with Michelle and
Yes.
the other person's
Financial
name?
administrative people.
And so you're saying but don't you have to sign the lease?
No, I'm not the only one that can sign. I have a board members who are on that can sign.
So you didn't sign this lease?
I don't even know.
Can you give me a copy of the lease?
Is that necessary?
Yeah, I would object to the relevance of providing a document to a lease
Okay.
property of JMMI. That has nothing to do with your...
Actually, it does. We've been unable, despite a court order, to get an address as to where the ministry is and
We're giving you
what the
addresses.
locations
You
do.
have
You
an
give me
address.
addresses.
You have an address.
I have one address for one thing.
10-page drive.
Right, but nobody's giving me an address for what's referred to as a ministry house, where people who are participating in the ministry go and live and are provided a residence by Mr. Taylor.
Well, we said we'll provide that. I just don't know it. So it's not a problem.
What's
so you
not a
shouldn't make a
problem?
big deal. I mean, we're going to give you the address.
Right, I'm asking for
I just
a
don't
copy
know it
of
now.
the lease.
I don't have that information on me now.
Okay. Have you ever been there?
Oh,
Let the
yes, of
record
course.
reflect another comment made objection by a comment. Under oath, he doesn't know the streets. That's commentary. That's not assisting you. I asked for that to
was
stop.
made to me as
He
a
It was
spoke
made-
to her,
he
his
made it-
attorney.
He made it out loud.
Well, if you
not
talk, it's out
inappropriate.
loud.
If he wants to assist you in the
Ricky's
deposition,
crazy,
that's
man.
fine, but the commentary is inappropriate. I've done depositions for years. I've never
have I.
had somebody sit and
Yes.
start to make
Please.
comments like this.
He is my client. I am his attorney, and so is the other person sitting on the other side, Mr. Yatuma.
The personal
so, excuse me,
commentary
don't
is
interrupt,
inappropriate.
please.
I'm
Do not
no,
interrupt.
I'm talking.
That's
and I'm making an
right.
I was
objection.
That's right.
talking.
And I'm making an objection.
That's right.
And it's just
That's
inappropriate.
fine. We
it
just
obfuscates the
disrespectful.
deposition.
Okay.
we dispute your characterization, and fortunately, it's videotaped, so we shouldn't have a problem.
I concur that it's disruptive.
That's fine. I would also note that the deponent is at the far end of the table for Mr. Yatuma, who my client is speaking to. So I don't think it's disruptive.
I can hear the comments. It's
Okay.
The comments
disruptive
are
to me.
not facilitating questions or what you're talking about. They're commentary about what the deponent's saying.
That's fine,
That's not appropriate.
in your opinion. There's no, show me a
A
court on
party,
that. There's no
a
court
party
order
is
for
not
that.
allowed to speak. He can attend. He's not allowed to speak at the deposition.
I don't
We don't
think
need to, this is silly.
it is.
He's making a comment that the deponent doesn't know an address that he's owned for 2 years to his attorney. That's what he's saying to me.
The deposition is being
And now
conducted by the
he
attorneys,
made
not by
love
the
to this
clients. Not by
on
the
video,
clients.
Which I think only hurts the deponent. But again, If
Do you have an objection?
All of his work.
Do you have an objection?
No, I'm responding
Then
to
state
you.
your objection if you have one.
I have an objection to you. Well, I'm responding to you.
I've stated the objection. It's for the record.
Okay.
All right, so back to the ministry house. You don't know who you leased it from.
Like I say, I have a,
I'm just asking you, do you know who you leased it from?
let me finish answering you. I have a vast ministry, so I don't know everything always that goes on. I know overall, but I have people who take care of those things. So, you know, I will get that for you, so that's no problem if we can move on from that question.
All right, so this ministry house, you're saying you are providing residence for people that are in training?
Yes,
Okay.
aspiring ministers.
Is Deborah Frasier one of those people?
No, she lives here, right?
Has she ever stayed there at the ministry house? The
She's
address?
come by there. People come by and see each other, and so she don't stay there. No,
She's never spent the night there.
not that I know of.
Has she ever done any ministry work there?
I'm not sure. I couldn't say.
Who would know that?
Maybe Michelle.
Was Michelle's primary location that she works in Taylor or in St. Louis?
St. Louis.
Okay. So when she's in St. Louis, what facility does she work out of?
Actually, I would like to rephrase that. I think I would say both, because she comes back and forth up here to do, in the offices to do things, but her laptop she uses at her own home.
Okay, and does she have a residence in St. Louis?
Yes.
Okay. Now, you're aware Debbie Frasier frequently goes to St. Louis several
Yes.
times a month?
Yes.
Okay.
I don't know if it's several times a month.
For several days a month.
Okay.
Would that be more accurate for you?
I'm not sure, but
You
I
don't
do
know?
she comes. I know she comes to St. Louis.
How many days a month would you approximate that she goes there?
I couldn't say.
You have no idea.
I couldn't say accurately, no.
Does she see you when she goes to St. Louis?
No.
She doesn't see you?
No. If she's there, I may be out of town, or if she is there and we see each other, it's briefly. But I don't see her like that, no.
What is your understanding of the work that Deborah Frasier does when she's in St. Louis on your behalf?
Well, like I say, I have executives and administrators administrating their work and doing that, so my hands is not in everything. So I can't say.
Do you have no idea what Deborah Frasier does when she's in St. Louis?
I know she's a great worker, and she really
But doing
helps.
what?
I share with you what I do know, and like I said to you, if you want to know more, you have to ask my executives.
And who would that be?
Michelle Brannon is one.
Michelle is an executive and also the financial board?
No, she's not the financial board. She administrates with other financial people. So it's a financial administration, those who are surrounding that, taking care of that.
All right, I guess I don't understand. You referred to Michelle as being on a financial board?
Yeah, I rephrased that. I said administration. I think that'd be better for you to understand.
All right, so there's 3 people in the financial administration, those 3 people you listed with Michelle?
Yes.
Okay, and you also referred to Michelle as an executive?
Yeah, she's the executive in the ministry.
What does that mean?
Well, she execute all the departments and make sure everything is running smoothly overall in all the countries and the states.
So would she be the person that is supervising Deborah Frasier in her work?
Yes.
And Deborah Frasier is an unpaid
Yeah, she's
volunteer.
a volunteer staff. Mhm.
So it would be Michelle that would be able to tell me what exactly Deborah Frasier does when she's in St. Louis.
Yes.
Okay. Do you have any plans to hire Deborah Frasier?
Yes, I really do.
And tell me about those.
Well, you know, we are a growing ministry, and we're trying to establish more credibility on a massive scale with the bank for the size
with
of the
the what?
vision, with the bank for the size of the vision we have.
All right, take me back there for a minute. You're trying to establish more credibility for the bank?
Yes.
What
more,
bank?
Do I need to answer that? Or?
If you can.
Well,
Oh, yeah.
obviously he knows.
Bank of America, you know. And of course, well, that's it, right? That's all you need to know.
No, I asked you if you had any plans to hire Deborah Frasier, and your
Yes.
response was you did.
Yes, we
that
do.
you were growing and that you needed to establish credibility with the Bank of America.
Well, yeah, I was trying to say that in reference to we're establishing things and growing, and when we are at the size that we can hire more people, she would be one of the ones we would do that for.
All right, so when you say you're growing, how do you count your size? What tool do you use? What variable do you use to demonstrate your size?
With multiple variables.
Okay, you can-
Variables.
Go ahead and list them all.
Depending on what area, if you're talking about in size to the amount of people we're reaching through television and
Well, you
radio.
use that term, you want to grow. So what are you referring
Yes.
to?
Well, I mean, you asking a question that I think you're basically referring to the previous question. So you're talking about growing financially is one thing, growing in size. So it's different multiple variables.
Okay, let's go through them. You go through each variable for me. When you say growing in size, what do you mean?
Well, like I say, that's multiple. Like it could be people.
Okay, let's start with people.
Yeah. Size.
So how do you count people?
That's hard other than by television exposure, the amount of responses through that, the amount of countries we are allowed into.
What countries are you in?
Well, through media, we're in 192 countries.
Say through what?
Through media, we're in 192 countries.
Tell me what that means.
We're reaching 192 countries
How do you do that?
through a television network.
Is there a specific network you use?
Yeah, The Way TV out of California.
The Way, W-A-Y,
TV, yeah.
in
And
California?
also internet, live streaming.
How do you count how many people are doing that?
Well, they have ratings and ways you can figure out
I'm sorry, am I hitting you?
who comes on.
You have ways to count,
Vaguely, but not quite, not fully. But we can see all the countries who are responding and all the people who are responding from different countries
and how do you see that?
through web analysis.
Is there data available?
Yeah, there should be. Yeah.
There should be. Isn't that's not something you look at?
Oh, yeah, I do look at it.
So there is.
Yeah, it should be.
Should be or there is?
There is.
Okay. So what do you look at to discern how many countries are responding to you?
It's a web analysis they have.
Who's they?
There's a web analysis named Get Clicky. That's one. Another one is Stat Counter. And I don't think neither one of them is totally accurate, but
And that tells you what information?
I think they're accurate maybe 87, 89%.
With what information?
How the amount of people responding from different countries.
Okay, what's your understanding the amount of people responding from different countries?
Well, I know it's in over 192 countries.
No, I understand, but we're talking about people, not countries. You said you could tell how many people were responding.
Oh, yeah. That's only through, you can't always gauge by just someone responding, because many people can be looking and they may not ever respond. So I can't really answer that question very accurately.
You said you thought that these web counter things were 87 to 89% accurate. That's
Yeah.
pretty specific. What does that mean then?
Well, I mean, one of them may show that there's lesser amount of people on, and then the other, like one may show there's 8,000 people, the other may show there's 12,000. So I think it could be broke or it's not quite accurate, so.
So tell me if I'm wrong. Does the whole world have 192 countries? Are there more than that exist?
I think there are a few more than that.
2, 3?
I'm sorry, what are you saying?
2 or 3 more? Isn't 192 how many there that exist? So are you saying you just stream TV programs to the whole world?
Not only that, like I said, there's a TV network that is reaching.
That's what I'm
the world
talking
too.
about.
Mhm.
So you're saying you use a TV network.
And my own personal live streaming. So
What's your personal live streaming?
It's JoshuaMediaMinistries.org on our website.
Say that again?
JoshuaMediaMinistries.org on our website.
Okay, and you're live streaming what?
Services.
To whom? Just on the
Anybody
internet?
who will watch.
And how many? Do you do that daily?
Not daily, no.
How often?
If I have a service in some places that is capable of live streaming like we are here in Taylor.
So you live stream out of Taylor, and where else?
Anywhere they may have T1 line or.
Okay, just give me an example of other places you have done live streaming out of.
St. Louis, if I'm in a church that has the setup for that.
Okay. Where else?
It varies. I can't tell you. It just varies. If that pastor or bishop has the setup for that.
Well, just give me an example of a pastor or bishop or a church where you've live streamed out of, other than Taylor.
Where else? It's been so many places. It's just that I let my staff handle that, so I'm trying to. I don't. Have
don't
all
you
the
go to
details.
them?
Oh, I'm there administering, but I can't possibly do everything,
But you said there are so many places.
That we have done that.
But you can't give me
past.
Excuse me, let me finish my question.
Oh.
You said there are so many places, but you can't give me the name of any bishop or church from which you have live
gave you
streamed.
one in
Let me
St.
finish.
Louis.
Let me finish.
Okay.
So many places, but you can't give me the name or address of a church or a bishop that you have live streamed from?
I just gave you one, but like I said.
Which one?
I'm not the one in St. Louis, Abundant Life Fellowship.
Okay, other than that.
Okay, but like I say, I travel so much and I don't know all the details. I have a staff to do that. If you want that later, I can give that to you.
You can give me a list of the places you have live streamed.
If that's relevant. Do you think it's relevant?
Yeah, I'm asking the question.
Okay, yeah.
You can provide,
The answer is no, I don't think it's relevant, but you can go ahead and answer the
Okay.
question because I have a standing objection.
but you're going to provide that to me then within the 30 days before the next step?
Yeah, I'll try to get some of those to you.
Okay.
Subject to my objection.
Now, when you live stream, you are giving speeches or whatever through the internet to an audience. Is that an accurate description?
I don't know your terminology.
Use your
Speeches,
own then.
Yeah. I think it's teaching and preaching.
Okay, and in this teaching and preaching, are you asking for money?
We do take up an offering, a standard offering.
What
like
does that
every
mean,
other
we take
ministry
up
does.
an offering? What does
Well,
that mean? You're asking for money?
Have you ever been to church?
Are you asking for money?
I'm asking you, have you ever been to church?
You don't get to ask me questions.
Well, I'm
It's a
trying to
one-way.
see.
Doesn't work that way.
You're trying to get an understanding, right? So I'm trying to give you a reference point.
I am
But if you
asking-
don't go to church, it would be no reference point, right?
I am asking
Yeah.
what it means to take up an offering. What does that mean in your terms?
Have you ever been to a Billy Graham crusade?
Sir, you don't ask
I'm just
me
asking.
questions. You don't get to ask me questions.
Well, I mean, are you trying to understand what I'm saying, or
I'm asking you to explain it.
that's what I'm trying to do?
Describe it to the best of your ability.
Okay, so
What does that mean?
It means to have a time where people are able to donate freely to the ministry.
And you ask them to do that. Is that accurate?
Oh yes.
Okay, and this would be when you're live streaming in Taylor?
Yes.
Okay. Have you, in this live streaming, publicly indicated that you are trying to get a loan from a bank for JMMI?
Yes.
Okay. And what bank are you referring to?
Well, anyone that will have the right interest rate.
Have you made application?
Yeah.
From what banks?
I can't. I don't know. I can't give you all of them. It's been quite a few. So I have an administrative team who's doing all of that work for me behind the scenes.
Is that the administrative team with Michelle and those two other women?
Yeah, some of them and some others now.
Who signs the loan then? The loan note?
I'm sorry.
Who would sign it if you're, who makes the application? Let's start with that. Who signs the application?
I'm sure it would be board members. Would that be, is that understandable? Board
You don't
members.
know who signs the application for a loan?
Board members.
Are you on the board?
Yeah,
Do you sign applications for loans?
when needed. Anything when needed.
Who's on the board?
I have Michelle Brannon.
I'm sorry, say that again. Michelle Brannon.
Brannon.
Spell that again.
Brannon.
B-R.
Brannon. I gave it to you earlier.
I know,
Yeah, you need to.
B-R-A-N-N-O-N.
Yeah.
B-R-
Same
B-R-A?
person we've been referring
Yeah,
to throughout this deposition.
you got it.
No, the way he said it, I thought he said Brennan. So it's the same person we've been talking about. I just referred to her as Michelle. I've met her before, but I don't know her last name off the top of my head. Same, the woman that was here today.
Yes.
Yes? Okay. So Michelle Brannon is on the board,
Yes.
and who else?
Ashley Ware.
The
My-
same woman you just
Yes.
referenced was on your financial board?
Yes. Marcia. Marcia.
Marcia who?
Her last name is slipping me.
You don't know the last name of a member of your board?
Yes, I do. Marcia Stewart.
Stewart? How do you spell that?
Steward.
And she's on your board of directors?
Yeah.
And who else?
Myself.
So there's 4 members on the board of directors. Answer yes or no.
Yes.
All right, and Michelle Brandon is a paid employee.
Yes.
Ashley Ware, is she compensated?
She's volunteer.
And Marcia Stewart.
Volunteer.
And do all 3 of those women reside in St. Louis?
Yes.
Is it possible that Marcia's last name may be McDonald?
Yes, it is McDonald.
It's not Stewart.
No.
It's not even close, is it?
Nope.
And you're saying that Marcia McDonald is a volunteer? You got to answer yes or no.
Yes.
And she's not compensated?
No, she has a job.
What's her job?
She's a fireman.
She's a what?
Fire person. Fireman,
Fire, whatever, firefighter?
if that's how you want to call
Well,
it.
I mean, she's not a man, so I think what we refer, is it a firefighter?
He said
It's just-
fireperson.
Yeah,
Is he talking about like a firefighter?
you can call it whatever you want it.
Well, no, I'm not going to call her anything. I'm just trying to make sure we're talking about the same thing.
Yeah, I've already stated that.
Employed by a city to fight
Yes,
fires?
fires.
Okay, do you know what city?
St. Louis. Amazing.
In going through the ledger, it appears that there are a lot of checks going to, is her name, her first name is Marcia. Or La Marcia, which is it?
La Marcia.
Right.
Yeah, her name is La Marcia.
So not Marcia.
No, not Marcia. No.
La Marcia?
La Marcia McDonald.
But you pronounced it Marcia.
No, I said
Objection.
Marcia. That's
This
her
time.
nickname.
Is Marcia or Marcia?
Yeah, we don't call her by La Marcia. We call her Marcy. That's
Marcy?
what she goes by. Yeah.
Okay, so La Marcia, in looking at your ledger, it looks like there are a lot of checks that are dispersed to La Marcia McDonald.
Are you sure? Because I don't know that. I know she's able to sign checks to take care of bills and stuff like that. But for her to be getting that many checks, I don't think
Who
you're
can
reading
sign
that
checks?
accurately.
Who can sign checks?
Board members,
So those 3 women and you?
the board.
Those 3 women and you?
Yes, the board.
But that's who we're talking about, those 3 women.
Yes, I gave it to you.
What is safe savings? Let the roads go in.
Safe savings? Are you saying savings? Is that what you refer?
S-A-F-E, savings. S-A-V-I-N-G-S.
The only savings I know about is my account that I put money aside for the ministry to save finances, so we don't spend everything.
Is that something that's referred to as safe savings?
Yes, I guess if that's on there, is that on there? on
No,
the
I'm
report?
asking you, if that's your terminology. Safe savings refers to
The savings account.
and what bank is that in?
It should be Bank of America. Well, we got another bank too.
What's the other one?
Clover Leaf.
Who's that?
It's a smaller bank in Illinois.
What city is that?
Illinois.
What city? That's a state.
You know what? I don't know. I really don't.
How did you end up at Cloverleaf?
Through mutual connections with the VIP.
With the VIP? What does that mean?
or the VP of
What-
the bank. I'm sorry.
What's this person's name?
Honestly, I don't know his name.
Is this somebody that you have mutual connections with?
No, my board has.
Who on your board has a connection with the VP there?
Michelle.
And what do you use that bank for?
We have a secure line of credit with them.
And what's it secured by?
Will you phrase that a little bit more detailed?
You said you had a secured line of credit with that bank, and I'm
Yes.
asking you, what is it secured with?
I mean, with our own cash flow.
That's not what a secured line of credit would mean. It's usually attached to some asset.
No, it's not really. You don't have to have that to have a secure line of credit.
You have not pledged any collateral for this?
That's what I'm saying. Cash is the collateral.
And what cash are you referring to?
Ministry cash to build a relationship with the bank.
So do you deposit savings in this Cloverleaf Bank?
You know, I'm not sure. I have them taking care of a lot of things, so I don't want
Who's
to give you
them?
wrong. Like I said, my financial administration.
All right, there, for example, on July 23rd, 2013, it says, I think it's La Marcia, McDonald, monthly safe savings, $3,567. What is that?
That's putting money aside from the account as money flows in to save.
But why is La Marcia McDonald's name referenced?
I don't know. She's the one that takes the money and handles that. She's on the bank card with Bank of America.
On the bank card?
Yeah, with Bank of America.
What do you mean on the bank card?
Well, you know, they give you debit cards, and they also give you, the bank gives you, if you're a signer on the account, you can, you know, you have the power to sign for checks and to do things.
So she has a debit card for the
A
ministry's...
ministry debit card.
Okay, then on August 1st, 2013, it just says La Marcia McDonald and
What are you referencing?
the ledgers you gave us.
What page?
Well, I'm doing it by date, so I said it by date.
Okay, there's a page number on the bottom.
2. It references La Marcia McDonald, $400 on August 1st, 2013. Another August 1st, 2013, $100. Then it says August 2nd, 2013, La Marcia McDonald, Destiny's Hair, $50.
I don't know what that is.
Would that be your daughter, Destiny?
That's her name, but I don't know why is that written like that.
Does the ministry pay for her hair to be done?
No, I pay for all expenses out of my own personal income. So I don't know how that's there. Is that ministry money flow or is that personal?
It says JMMI down at the right-hand corner.
Is that my personal life of income or is it
It's on the same page as,
so personal savings? So you think personal expenses? All these are personal expenses.
Well, then
this
why-
is not ministry.
okay, on that same page that
What
I'm
page?
referencing, page 2,
Okay.
on July 23rd, 2013, it says La Marcia McDonald monthly safe savings, and you testified that was ministry.
I'm sorry, I didn't know exactly what you. Now I have it in front of me. So this,
If you look at page 2,
yes, I understand.
okay, and look at an entry July 23rd, 2013,
Yes.
and it says La Marcia McDonald monthly safe savings, $3,567.02.
Yes, this.
That's
this
ministry, is it not?
No.
Oh, it's not ministry?
No. I'm sorry. Like I said, I didn't know you were coming from this personal document. I thought it was a ministry thing.
Well, isn't that ministry? You just
No, all of this is personal.
Let me ask you.
It's personal.
Let me ask a question.
Okay. See, I have a savings
Let me
account for
ask
the
the
ministry
question.
and one for my
Let me ask the question, okay? I referenced July 23rd, 2013, La Marcia McDonald monthly safe savings.
Yes.
And you testified that that was money from the ministry that went into a savings so you could build up cash.
Yes, that was my fault, yes.
Okay, so that is on a document that you presented as a ledger that is JMMI in the corner.
Well, let's be clear that
Yes.
the JMMI in the corner was produced by my office. The JMMI was something that we put on there to reference for our retrieval
Yeah, but
Today?
this says personal.
yesterday.
So,
So now that I know it's personal, now I can address this more accurately. I was wrong. I have a ministry account where we save money in our ministry, but I also have a personal account that any money that comes to me, I put aside a certain amount each month.
what do you mean money that comes to you?
Well, I get a salary, and for a while, my salary was bigger, $70,000 a year, but then I cut that in half to about 30 to 27,000.
Well, this reference for July 23rd, 2013 that says La Marcia McDonald monthly safe savings.
Yeah, she's over some of my personal affairs and taking things out and adhering to kind of some of the things I want done with my account. So that's what that means. This is not, none of this is ministry. This is all personal.
Then I don't have the ministry's ledger. He's saying this is personal.
Oh, the ministry is in the back. I can see that now.
So you're saying you personally...
These first few
Let me-
pages
sir,
are personal.
Let me ask you a question. So you're saying that this entry of safe savings that you previously identified as something for the ministry is actually your personal savings?
Yes, exactly.
And when you
It's
say
personal.
when you come into money, you say you have a salary.
Well, coming to money.
That's that's what a term you use. When I come into
I mean-
money,
No, when I get paid a paycheck.
okay?
You understand what that means about a paycheck? A paycheck, if I get a salary that's $70,000 a year, then
What
I'm
was your
able to
salary
take
in
more.
2013?
I don't know because we made adjustments.
You don't know what you earned in
Not
2013?
fully. I know I started cutting things in half, so I want to be accurate, but I can get all of that information for you. It's proprietary, so it's
I'm
not.
sorry?
I said I can get all that information for you. It's proprietary.
Proprietary. What does
Yeah,
that have to do?
proprietary
What do you mean by
information.
that?
It's open.
That's not what that
You
word
should
means.
know. Well, it don't matter. You know what I mean.
No, no, I don't. That's what I'm
You do
asking
know what I mean. Because you defined it. So if you know what the sentence means, let's just move on. Let's not be children. I think that you understand what I'm trying to say.
No, I
basically,
don't, sir.
that
I do
everything
not.
is, whatever I have, you can have. It's not a problem about my
Okay,
salary.
let's proceed with questions and answers.
Okay.
Well, I'm trying to figure out if there are ministry ledgers produced or if it's just all personal.
Well, if you really, I don't think you've really had a chance to look at everything.
No, I have looked at some, but not.
I know. So I can kind of see you're a little off by this
That's what I
because these first few pages is personal
I'm sorry?
and then down here is ministry. So it's all together, but there's a part
Can
that's
you,
personal and a part that's
Can you mark that?
ministry. So. So you see this part personal.
Do you want to see that? It's a W-2.
sign Martinez.
Oh. I don't know if I care. Can you identify that document that's marked as Exhibit 2?
Yes,
And what is it?
it's a W-2,
For whom?
me.
And your name is listed as what?
David Taylor,
And what year is that for?
2013,
And how much is the W-2?
$27K.
27,000 even?
Yes.
Okay, if I may have that. So is it your testimony that this W-2 that you've identified accurately lists your wages from Joshua Media Ministry?
Yes.
And that's who issued this W-2?
Who issued it? Oh, I'm sorry.
Joshua Media Ministry?
Yes. Mhm.
Okay. So you're saying from this $27,000 salary, that reflects your salary?
Yes.
Yep, I think you probably have to.
Yes.
Okay. That these monthly safe savings of $3,500 plus,
Is that every month?
hold on,
No.
that those savings came from your salary?
Well, it depends on the money flow. Like if my bills are lesser or higher in each month, I have more I can save. So I don't know if you're looking at $35,000 every month. Do it say every month on
Well,
it?
if you look at what I was referring to as page 2,
Okay. One.
for 2013. Okay. July 23rd, 2013, where you take out $3,567.02. And that seems like a pretty specific amount. How would that
Yes.
be arrived at?
You know, I'm because she's over that. I
Because
really
she's
don't
over
know.
that?
Yeah, she's over this part of it. I don't know. I see what's being written here, but I really need them to help answer this. You know, for
Do you
me.
have a bank statement that shows where that would have gone into?
Oh yeah, all of this.
Can you-
That's why it's.
Will you produce your bank statements that we asked pursuant to the subpoena?
Of course.
Okay.
That would be great.
Wait a second. Let's be clear. The bank statements you requested were those that reflected monies from Deborah Frasier. Are you asking for something different now?
Well, I'm not sure Mr. Taylor can explain to me if this is ministry money or his personal money. There seems to be some confusion
No,
there.
it's
He said
not.
he
This is
can't.
personal. Well, I mean, from what it looks like, but I can't fully answer because I don't have the person who handles all my.
Well, can you talk to her between now and the next
I sure
deposition to
can.
kind
I can do
of refresh
that.
your memory?
And we can answer that for you.
Okay.
I don't understand why that's.
Where's it, where are we showing? Is it that one or- This is in microprint. I'm trying to read something. Look at that page 1 of that document we were reviewing before.
Okay.
You know, I'll just have
Which document?
all of this marked so we're clear. This is proposed deposition exhibit 3. It is part of what you handed me as the ledger,
Okay.
and page numbers 1 through 11 that go from July 1, 2013 to November 8th, 2014. And do you see what I'm referring to? It starts with beginning balance of July 1st, 2013, and it says $1,496.42. Are you looking at that same document?
What page would you say?
The top page.
Okay. And where?
I'm just trying to identify
here?
that we're all looking
Okay.
at the same thing.
Yes, okay.
And it says $1,496.42.
Yes. Mhm.
All right, this is Joshua Ministries, isn't it?
No, this is personal.
It's personal?
Yeah.
Okay. So this is personal, and I'm sorry, I may have to take a moment. If you give me a second, this is very small print.
Yeah.
All right, look at July 15, 2013. It says
Okay.
JMMI DES : payroll, and then it lists your name, and it says $5,000.
Mm-hmm.
Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay. And then the next page on date July 31st. Let me see. There's a $5,000 line that says JMMI salary. Do you see that?
Where's that? One more time.
July 31st
Okay,
on
yeah, I see
page
that.
2.
Mm-hmm.
JMMI salary, $5,000.
Right. Mm-hmm.
August 15th.
Okay, I've got to place the same objection on the record that Mr. Jenkins placed earlier. This is, clearly your client is in part conducting this deposition, and this is not appropriate.
He's
It's the
directing
same-
me, I'm going to give you an explanation. He's directing me to the micro print that is very difficult to read of the documents
He's
that you gave me
whispering
well
the
after.
questions in
excuse
your
me.
ear, and
No,
you're
he's telling me
asking the
that
questions.
No,
I can
that's not
hear him.
accurate.
Your client-
He's showing me what
I
line.
can hear him.
I'll place the same objection. He's
That's fine.
directing the deposition, he's directing the questions, he's conducting the inquiry. That's your job. not
August 15th, 2013, the line says Joshua Media Ministry, same thing, DES, I don't know what that means, payroll, David Taylor, and it's another $5,000. Just circle it. Just circle it, I'll go through it. $5,000 for payroll.
Okay.
Now, would you acknowledge that's a payroll payment to you?
Yeah, but some of this, the way they have this factored in here, is I get housing allowance under the ministerial thing.
Under the ministerial thing, I don't know what
Yes.
that means.
Yeah. You have to study like church law, tax law, that kind of stuff. But the thing is, at one time they were just giving me the total payroll check of $5,000, I think, every semi-weekly, and I was paying out of that my all the expenses.
So you acknowledge that
Instead of it just going, instead of the
let me
ministry
ask you a
paying.
question.
Yep.
you were receiving $5,000 in salary checks, it looks like twice a month. Is that yes?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
And as your compensation for Joshua Media Ministries, is that accurate?
Yes.
And yet in that same year, your W-2 shows, what was it, $27,000?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Do you see a discrepancy between?
No.
Objection to the form of the question. He's answering the question to the best of his ability, but he's not a
I
CPA.
didn't finish the question.
Do you see a discrepancy? Question
I didn't
mark.
finish it. No, you interrupted me.
Okay.
I didn't finish
Finish the
my
question
sentence.
and wait for me.
Okay.
Do you believe that the W-2 is consistent with this ledger that shows you were paid $5,000 twice a month?
Objection calls for speculation. He's not an accountant. He already testified he's not the financial person. This is the JMMI way of accounting. If you have specific questions for the financial team or the CPA, then you can contact them and schedule a deposition. He's answering to the best of his ability.
Okay, he can still answer the question. This is your personal ledger. Is that right, sir?
Yeah, but I'm
Okay.
not.
No,
I'm not
sir.
the
I'm
one
just
who does
asking
it.
you.
Yeah.
Is it your personal ledger?
It is.
Reflecting your finances?
Yes.
That you provided pursuant to the subpoena, pursuant to this deposition and the court
course.
order?
Yes.
Okay, and you're now saying you don't, understand why it lists $5,000 twice a month?
Because I don't handle the finances.
You don't handle your own finances?
I really don't. I have people who do that for me.
So when you get a salary check, you have no idea anything about it?
I know I've set up a team that does it for me. And so some of these questions I just can't answer because of the way they have it flowing here. I can't.
So will you present Michelle Brannon for deposition so that she can answer these questions more accurately?
What do you feel?
Well, you're the lawyer. If you want to subpoena her for deposition.
I'm asking if he's willing to produce her.
Word.
What do you feel?
If you properly subpoena her and serve her with a notice.
So you're not going
she
to
will-
produce her voluntarily?
Oh,
That's the question. You're going to produce her voluntarily so
we
that she
can
can
discuss
answer these
this off
questions?
the record.
Would you mark this, please? What are we up to? 4? Okay. That's okay. I'm going to show you it's marked as deposition exhibit number 4, which is the 990 form from the Department of Treasury for the return of an organization exempt from income tax, which your attorney presented to me today. Can you identify that? Well,
I'm sorry. Yeah.
Can you identify that
990.
as the return for JMMI?
Yes.
All right, and right there. On page 11 of this tax return, can you read line 1 across, please?
Yes.
You want this?
100.
No, read what it says across the whole line.
Oh, David E. Taylor, CEO.
Okay, and then what's the next?
$40, right? Or 40, yeah, $40.
That's okay. Read what's above it, and then what?
Oh, okay. All right. Average hours per week. List any hours for related organizations below dotted line.
And what does it say below that?
40 hours or 40.
Okay, representing or referring to 40 hours.
Yeah, I guess.
Okay, and what's the next block?
Position, do not check more than one box unless person is both an officer and a director trustee.
And what's listed below that?
Individual trustee or director, officer, key employee.
No, I'm sorry.
Okay.
What I want you to do is to indicate where it's marked by an X as being applicable to you.
Okay. Yeah, so X in individual trustee or director, key employee, and highest compensated employee.
Okay, and then under subdivision D, tell me what that says and what's reported for you.
Reportable compensation for the organization, $916.
So JMMI Ministries reported your income on their tax return as $119,000.
You know, I can't answer accurately about this, but I do know that all of this is not just personal income. It's allowances that go to other things. So they were at first giving me money, but we were paying all what the ministry was supposed to pay under that code of ministry standards. So I think our CPAs taught them a more accurate way to do it. And so I think there was some kind of change. So I don't know. I can't accurately speak, but I think you would need to talk to my financial board, because all of this is accurately written down. So
I thought you just said that there were changes and it doesn't really reflect it.
no, there were changes, but I can't tell you all those things. So it would be better for you to try to, better
Well,
get that.
you're the CEO of the ministry.
Yes, I am.
Who signs the tax return?
Well, the tax returns.
Right.
What tax returns?
That tax return. Who signs it? Do you sign it as CEO?
I think that I do. I'm not quite sure about all of that.
You don't know if you sign a tax return?
No, the only tax return I know I sign is my personal.
So who would sign the JMMI tax return?
I mean, obviously it would probably be the board member or myself, but I can't remember doing it. I think that someone on the board does it.
Who would
Because
that be?
the board, well, I don't know. I can't tell you. We have more than one board person.
All right, so you're saying that you don't think that one's accurate then because it reports 119,000 and that you think they redid it?
I didn't say it was not accurate. I just said I can't give you accurate information. And instead of in front of this deposition trying to explain something I don't know, I'd rather to just let you know I don't know, because I have other people doing this for me. So the way they may be doing this may be, it's all legitimate, but the way they have it set up is the way they are doing it the best of their ability. So
It's not clear if these are the tax returns that were actually submitted based on his testimony. So I need to be able to ask him if these tax returns were, who they were signed by, and if they were actually submitted, because his testimony would seem to be that some of this was corrected and none of it are signed, and he can't tell me who signed it. So I have no idea if it's the tax return or a draft.
Yeah.
So can we get a tax return that he will be able to state under oath is the tax return that was filed?
He or somebody in his organization, yes.
Okay, so I'll be able to get, well, I'm sure he can, as the CEO.
Again, this is a deposition where you ask the deponent questions. If you want to have discussions about...
No, I'm asking you on the
Going
record,
forward.
because the documents that you presented,
I'm not going to commit to anything on the record. We can discuss this off the record, and I will get you what is reasonably required.
okay, this was provided by court order and subpoena that I was to get it. And the problem is his testimony is indicating that he can't substantiate.
It was
I'm going to finish my
provided by-
sentence.
it was
I am
provided
going to
by
finish
other
my
people.
sentence before you interrupt.
It was provided by other people at JMMI.
But
not
that's
Pastor
fine.
David.
So I am asking him, in compliance with the court order and the subpoena, and you as his attorney, will you provide me with a tax return that should have been provided today that he can attest is the actual one that was submitted?
Okay.
Can you do that?
And I'm telling you, we will provide you with a document. This is probably the one that was, most likely the one that was filed.
Well,
He doesn't have personal knowledge of it.
Well, he can
All
get
that
it.
means is that you have the wrong deponent.
No, it does not, because he was asked as CEO of JMMI to produce these documents pursuant to court order. And the court order says he is to bring them. And he can't tell me that he brought the right stuff. So I'm asking you, are you going to give me the right information?
Okay. We'll have this discussion off the record.
No, I want to have it now. I want to know. I don't want to have to file
I'm
a
not your
motion and
deponent.
have you.
We'll have this discussion off the record.
You're his attorney. Are you going to provide me what was supposed to be provided pursuant to the subpoena? Yes or
You
no?
want
It's
to
real
continue
simple.
asking the deponent questions, or are you going to ask me questions?
Yeah, I want an answer to that one. Are you saying you won't tell me that whether or not you'll provide it?
I'm telling
Is
you.
that
we
just
can
yes or no? Are
we
you
can
telling me you're
discuss
not gonna
off
do
the
it?
record. No, I didn't say that.
Oh, yeah, I'm going to go there. Excuse me, my throat's giving out. Yeah, the exhibits I need back.
Okay.
That's
Oh,
mine.
this, okay.
This way.
The-
I think that's ours if I wrote on it. Can I see?
No,
No,
that's
that's mine.
yours. Mhm.
There you go. Okay.
Oh, this is yours here?
Yeah.
Okay.
No, I think they're duplicates.
Yeah.
All right, so what is your salary at JMMI now?
From what I know,
From what you know?
yeah, I think it's around 27 to 30,000, something like that.
And what expenses are you saying that JMMI pays on your behalf?
Well, it's the expenses under the law for clergy.
So what are they?
I don't know. You have to go research that. I can't tell you.
No.
I don't know everything.
There is no research I can do that'll tell me what JMMI is paying for you.
Well, what I'm saying is we abide by those laws, so that's where it would be. So
No, it's, sir,
I'm just saying I can't tell you. I don't know.
you have no idea what expenses JMMI
I know a
pays for you.
housing allowance. I
How
know
much is that?
I'm not sure. Don't know.
What other allowance?
There's, I don't want to misstate, so I don't know. I'd rather for someone who's professional tell you about that.
Well, no, I'm asking about your personal, not in theory what
But
some...
you're asking
no,
about
sir, let me
ministry
finish.
stuff.
Let me finish.
I'm answering you.
No, don't interrupt. Let me finish the question.
Okay.
I'm asking what personal allowances JMM Ministry provides you, or stipends for housing or automobile or whatever. What do they provide you?
You know, I know there are many allowances, but one that I can say is housing allowance. But in order for you to get the accurate names for what they allow, you have to talk to a professional. Because I don't want to give you misinformation.
No, I'm not asking in theory what is possible. I'm asking what actually JMMI provides to you.
Objection, asked and
I
answered,
can't
and he
ask
said he
you.
doesn't
It's,
know.
it's
know.
non-responsive.
I just don't know. I'm just telling you the
Okay,
truth.
well, that's an answer, but that's not what you told me before. Do you know if they
That's
pay
not
any
true.
of your auto expenses?
Yes, the cars are in the ministry's name. They all belong to the ministry.
What
So
cars are
that
those?
is not. I pay for my own car.
What's
out of
your
my
car?
own Range Rover.
And is that leased, owned?
It's leased. I mean, it's not leased, but it's. I bought it to pay it off in 5 years.
Okay, so it's subject to a lien, but you purchased it.
I'm sorry, Aline.
You owe on it?
Yes, of
Okay,
course.
but you did not lease it.
No.
And is that what you drive in St. Louis?
Yes. Mhm.
Who drives the Bentley?
My driver.
Who's your driver?
I have a number of drivers. So you would say James or Cliff. And they're responsible for picking up our guests in those cars that fly in for meetings and things like that.
And the same thing with the 2007 Mercedes-Benz,
Yes,
2008 BMW?
yes.
Are those owned outright or subject to any kind of loan?
They're owned.
Outright? There's no loan on those?
No.
Okay. When you come to Michigan, do you generally fly here?
Yes.
And who picks you up from the airport?
It varies, different staff. So it could be anyone.
Could be a volunteer.
Yeah.
Has Mrs. Frasier ever picked you up from the airport?
No.
Have you ever been driven around in Mrs. Frasier's car when you've been in Michigan?
No, I rent a car when I'm here.
You've never been driven around in Mrs. Frasier's car?
I don't think I have, not that I can recall. I usually rent my own vehicles here or have my own vehicles driven up here
From where?
from Missouri.
For the weekend?
No, I mean, I may stay here 7 days or maybe 14 days, but because it's so much wear and tear, I just rent a car while I'm up here. Or the ministry provides a rental car for me, like we have now.
You've been seen being driven around in Mrs. Frasier's car that is identified as her car with her license plate.
Really?
Objection, is this,
Foundation.
and is this a question?
He interrupted me and so did the two of you.
There's no question.
I didn't finish the sentence. You've been seen being driven around
Really?
in Mrs. Frasier's car with her license plate,
Okay.
specifically in Taylor. You arrived in that car
Okay.
at one of your events there. Do you not recall that?
Foundation argumentative.
Go ahead.
I thought it was a rental car because we rent cars all the time, rent SUVs, so it probably could have been our car. I don't know. I don't know all the details that go on when they pick me up in what car or what. That's not something I detail.
So you don't know whose car it is that you're being driven?
Objection, asked and answered. Now you're being argumentative. He answered
don't-
the question and said he didn't know.
You don't know what person's car you're being driven in.
Asked
We have
and
room.
answered.
That's fine, but you can still answer.
Rental cars, that's what we get, rental SUVs, rental most of the time. I mean, when I'm up here, all the time actually, from what I know. So if I was driven in a car, I wasn't paying attention to that. It wasn't like, oh, this is her car, because we have our own rental things here.
Have you ever been to Debbie Frasier's residence?
No,
Do you know where she lives?
no.
Do you know if any members of your staff or your flock, as it's been referred to today, do you know if any of them have been to Mrs. Frasier's residence?
Yes.
And
I'm
who
sure
was
they have.
there?
I don't know. I can't tell you.
Somebody used flock today.
Not on the record.
No.
It doesn't matter, that was the term that was used.
Well, not that I heard.
No, I heard it. I took note of that. All right, so you know that there have been other staff or flock members.
They fellowship with each other, yeah.
Okay, so tell me what you know about that.
That's all I know, that they just know each other.
Okay, what do you know about that?
That's all I know. That they
What
just
do you know?
fellowship.
Tell me what does that mean?
That
Fellowship
they,
with
like
each
a
other.
normal person, meet up and they go out to eat, or like with the staff. I mean, that's all I know.
Well, I was talking about Mrs. Frasier's house, and you said you were aware that staff members or...
Have visited and been there, yes.
Okay, have they spent the night to your knowledge?
I think they have. I mean, from what I've known, they have spent the night, but I don't know the extent. You know, I'm not into all that.
Has
business.
Michelle spent the night there?
Not that I know of. She used to stay in a hotel, from what I know.
When she comes to Michigan? You have to answer yes or no.
Yes, yes.
And you're saying you've never gone to Mrs. Frasier's residence?
No, I don't know where she stays.
Okay. Do you know who from the fellowship, or, in these fellowship gatherings, who specifically has gone there?
No, I can't say. I really can't.
You don't know any of the names of the people that have been
I
in
will-
fellowship with her at her house?
I think more of my staff would know that information. I just know I've heard that people have. So
What's your understanding of how many people would go there to her house?
maybe
Foundation
one,
objection.
Pardon me?
maybe one or two. From
One
what
or
I know,
two?
have visited.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear.
Maybe one or two have visited, or some.
Do you know how many occasions?
Foundation
No.
objection.
I don't
Objection.
know.
He's asked and answered these questions. He
I
doesn't
don't know.
No, he hasn't answered them.
I know.
He has no personal.
Do you know if anybody from your ministry who, volunteer, paid, board, flock members, whoever, any of those folks have ever spent the night at Mrs. Frasier's residence?
Not that I know. I don't know anybody personally. I mean, my staff would know more about that.
So you just don't have knowledge of that?
No, I've never been to her house. I don't make it my business to go to places like that. Be involved personally.
What is your educational background?
High school diploma, bachelor's degree.
Hold on, let's-
Associate's bachelor.
Okay, high school from where?
Southside High School in Memphis, Tennessee.
Southside High
High.
School, Memphis, Tennessee?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Is that where you grew up?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Okay. And next?
And Johnson and Wales University, Culinary Arts.
Hold on,
Johnson and Wales University, Culinary Arts.
Where was that?
In South Carolina, a remote base.
And what year was that?
1992. Yeah, 92.
Were you?
Yeah, from 91 till 90, from 90 to 92.
That's when you went to school there?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Did you receive any kind of degree, certificate? What would it be?
Associate's degree in culinary arts.
And did you work in that capacity?
Yes.
Anywhere? And where did you work?
Just different restaurants as a chef, as a cook.
And how long did you work in that capacity?
For about, started before school, so before I graduated. So from the time I was 16 till to 92, 91, something like that.
I thought you said you got your degree there in 92. So you didn't
did.
work anymore in that industry after you got your degree?
Well, maybe a little, but that's when I went full-time ministry when I was 19 years old.
And where did you go for full-time ministry?
Nowhere. I didn't go to school for full-time ministry. I just started doing ministry full-time.
Okay, what does that mean you started doing ministry? Tell me what that means.
Well, I mean, full-time means you give up your career to serve the Lord and to preach the gospel around the world.
And, okay, could we go off the record for a second?
Off the record at 5:24.
Sorry.
We are back on the record at 5:37.
I'm continuing with questions. Who is Zoya? I'm not sure if it's Garcia or Garrica.
There was someone who worked for the ministry at one time,
Somebody who what?
worked voluntarily for the ministry.
Is she still volunteer?
No. Mm-mm.
From what time frame did she?
11 till the beginning of this year or something like that. Or the
2014?
end of last year or something, yeah.
Okay. Do you have a child with her?
No,
No child with her?
no,
Did you have a relationship with her that was physical, sexual?
no.
Objection, relevance.
Okay, that's fine.
Right.
But you had no physical or sexual relationship with her?
Well, that's prejudice as well.
No.
Pardon me?
What did you say?
I can't hear him because I keep
I
hearing.
said no.
Okay.
Because you keep hearing objections.
Yeah.
But he keeps talking, so I can't hear
So I
both.
place an objection on the
So
record.
don't
Stop
say no.
talking.
Okay.
Do you pay child support to a Diana Dean or a Diana, she might go by two different names, Kershane? If I'm pronouncing it right, Courchaine?
No.
Objection, relevance, prejudice.
No?
Nope.
Someone by the last name of Dorsey, Ildiko? Dorsey, do you know that person?
Yes.
And who was that?
She worked in the ministry years ago.
What time frame would you say?
In 1997 to 2003, something like that.
Okay, did she buy you a Mercedes-Benz?
Same objection.
Objection, relevance.
Okay. Did she buy you? You can still answer. Did you buy it? Did she buy you?
Go ahead and answer.
No.
Do you have a child with her?
Same objection.
No.
Have you ever had a physical or sexual relationship with her?
Objection.
Same objection.
Okay, that's
Relevance,
fine.
prejudice.
What is the point of all these questions?
I mean,
I know.
I can tell you later.
It's harassment.
No, it's not.
abusive process.
Have you ever had a physical or sexual relationship with Debbie Frasier?
Objection.
Can I answer?
Sure.
Of course not. It's so horrible. So horrible.
Do you refer to seeing Jesus face to face? Is that true?
Yes.
Okay, and what does that mean?
Same objection.
What do I do?
Yep.
I'd love to answer that one. Well, I mean, he appeared to me in a dream like he's done people in the Bible, and he changed my life
And when was that?
when I was 17 years old.
Okay, and has he appeared since?
Yes.
And when would that be?
I can't tell you. It's just been different years, times.
Can you give me an approximation of how many times you've seen Jesus face to face?
It's just been, what, do I need to answer that?
Same objection.
You can still answer.
What do I need to? Or
Yeah.
Just,
Answer.
well, it's just been more than once or twice, 3 times. It's been multiple times.
Okay, just as an approximation. If you said this started when you were 17,
Yeah, I just rather not answer by numbers because I don't know, actually.
you don't know how many times you've seen Jesus.
I can't
You don't keep
put an
track?
exact count.
Did you write a book about this?
Yes.
Okay, and did you say in the book that you had seen him 1,000 times?
No, I actually said I've seen him over 1,000 times in
Over
a
1,000.
20-year period.
Okay,
So
so
I don't
when you were
have a
saying
count.
once or twice, it's really more like over 1,000 times?
In the book, yes.
You said
I've
that in the
said
book? Okay, but is that true?
It is true.
Your position is you have seen Jesus face to face over 1,000 times?
Yes.
Okay, what does it mean to see him face to face? That's a term you use, isn't it?
Yes.
Same objection.
Okay. What does that mean to you?
Well, I mean, like you and I are seeing each other face to face right now. It's an appearance. The Bible calls it an appearance.
So he physically appeared to you? You have to answer out loud.
Yes.
So you said when you were 17, he appeared in a dream.
Yes.
You were asleep?
Yes.
Okay, so are you counting that as a face-to-face appearance?
Yes. That's what the Bible calls it.
Well, but you referred to you and I sitting here and that was face-to-face. So I'm kind of confused by your answer if you mean while sleeping you may have had a dream about Jesus, or if actually you're saying that like you and I are here, you've seen him face-to-face.
Well, the Bible records he does it in both ways.
No,
in
I'm
the
asking
dream.
you,
That's
your
what I'm telling
experience.
you. That's what I'm telling you.
I'm just asking your experience.
I'm telling you, I will not give you an answer if you cut me off. Now, I'm telling you that he's appeared to me in a dream. The Bible is clear that he can do it in a dream, or like he did to Paul, physically on the road to Damascus, and I've had both.
Okay. How many times did you say it was in a dream?
Many times.
Many times in a dream?
Yeah. Should I answer? Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's a standing objection to relevance.
You don't, I take it you're going to object to everything, so I just note that. You don't have to.
No, I'm objecting to relevance and prejudice on this line of question.
Right.
All right, so the face-to-face where you have physically had Jesus appear to you, not in a dreamlike state,
Right.
but physically,
Right.
when was the last time that happened?
Same objection.
Should I?
Yes. Best of your ability.
I think that the last physical time was in 2011 or 2010, where I was fasting and praying in the church.
And where was that?
Oh, it was in a church.
Right, where is that?
Up north.
Up north?
In Port Huron.
In what church?
A church called New Covenant.
And who was there with you?
No one was there.
You
I
by
was there by
yourself?
myself, yes.
And what time of day or evening was it?
It was more toward the evening,
And you were in a church by yourself?
yes.
Were you giving crusades or anything there?
No,
Why were you there?
just praying and fasting.
How did you end up in Port Huron?
Well, I have relationships up there with churches, and that church is very close in our organization, so.
So explain to me what happened on that occasion.
Same objection.
Do I need to?
Over the objection, you have to answer the question to the best of your ability.
Okay, well, he just appeared to me like he did Paul on the road to Damascus and told me what he wanted me to do.
So he physically appeared to you like your attorney sitting across from you, a physical embodiment of Jesus.
Yes,
That's what you're saying?
yes.
Okay, and you are liking yourself like to Paul the Apostle?
Not liking myself, no, I just saying those experiences happen.
But you keep representing or referencing,
I'm trying to give you a reference point so you can understand what I'm saying.
tell me what specifically in the Bible refers to Jesus appearing face to face in a dream.
Paul had night visions. Although he saw the Lord physically, he also talked about how the Lord appeared to him at night in a dream in Acts. Solomon had an appearance
But
from the Lord.
can you give me a site for it, like where in the Bible, not just the story, but exactly where it is?
Yeah, Solomon in 1 Kings 3 and 5 had a dream appearance from the Lord. Well, that wasn't Jesus, that was God. Came to him in a dream and appeared to him and asked him what did he told him to ask what he wanted, and he asked for wisdom, which is a very known story. And that was in a dream, and he awoke, and he became the wisest man in the world from an appearance in a dream.
Okay, any other sites you can give me about dreamlike states that are
Abraham.
he's visited in?
Abraham.
That was a
appeared-
dream?
Yeah, he appeared to Abraham in a dream.
Objection to relevance. What, is this a test?
I mean, this is,
I know your objection.
no, but I mean, I'm going to state an objection too. This is,
That's
you
fine.
are asking about a man's personal faith,
Yes.
you know, and his personal religion in a case that is started out as a parenting time issue and suspension of parenting time. To me, this is an abusive process.
And
Okay.
It's
he's not
clearly
a
an
party.
abusive process. It's designed to utilize for an improper purpose a deposition. And if there's ever, you know, a case of where somebody is crossing the line and utilizing the litigation process for ulterior motives, this is what's going on right now.
Are you testifying or objecting?
I'm objecting, and I'm stating it on the record.
Long
Did-
objection.
Do you have an appearance in this file?
Do not.
Okay,
I referenced what I was in the beginning.
I understand that.
All right,
But
so
you're not a
back to
party
the,
and you don't have an
let's be
appearance.
productive.
Asking if you're making, like you asked,
You're-
if you're making an objection.
Let's
Your
be
attendance
productive.
here is a courtesy.
It's not,
Thank you, gentlemen.
You're not permitted on the record.
Well,
Thank you.
I want to use the
I'm not-
time productively, and that was a pretty long-winded objection that went on beyond an objection. So let's go back. So you're saying Abraham saw Jesus face to face, but it was a dream.
He saw, he had a visitation from God in a dream, and
Not
he saw
Jesus.
Jesus face to face in the physical.
Okay, and what is the biblical site for that?
It's in Genesis. I can't give you the exact chapter, but it's it was the chapter right before Sodom and Gomorrah.
Is your ministry biblically based?
Yeah, of course. I'm quoting scriptures, showing you.
Not
what it is.
exactly.
I am.
Those
You
aren't
just don't
quotes.
know the scriptures. if you knew the scriptures, you would know what I'm saying is in the Bible is true. You don't know them.
You don't know what I know.
You couldn't. You would tell me where they are.
Know what I know.
You couldn't.
It's not for me to testify, it's for you.
Okay, it's fine.
How many times would you say in the last year, in the year 2011, did you only see him the one time in up north, Port Huron?
Same objection.
Do I need to?
Asked and answered. He said the last time he saw him was in 2010 in Port Huron at New Covenant Church in Port Huron while he was fasting and praying.
That
was
a
the last
foundational
physical
question.
appearance.
So that's the last time you saw him. What was the time before that you saw him?
Same objection. Relevance.
Same objection.
Do I need to
Gentlemen,
ask?
it's just interrupting. I understand you're going to object
Do I
to
need to
every
ask?
single thing I ask, so let's just keep the flow going because we
Because
want
the
to get out of
probative
here.
value is substantially outweighed by the prejudicial effect.
That's fine. I get it, you're going to object to everything for every reason you can think of. Let's just keep this
No,
going.
we haven't been objecting until
When,
now.
no, there's a standing objection, which is fine.
I have a standing objection.
Right. So, when did you see Jesus face to face before the Port Huron place?
For 2010, 207.
And where was that?
What you mean?
Where did you see Jesus?
Or your city? Or
Right.
I was asleep in a dream again.
So there was a dream, and where were you sleeping?
In St. Louis.
At your, okay. And what was that experience like?
Well, he just basically appeared to me to share with me something that he wanted me to say
I know.
to somebody.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear what you said.
He basically appeared to me to share what he wanted me to say to somebody.
Oh, okay, can you tell me what that is?
It's private. It's priestly.
Yeah, I'm going to
It's not priestly when you have a dream. That's
It
not,
is
there's no,
priestly. You
there's
don't
no
know the-
privilege on that.
You don't know the word.
There's a privilege on priests being required and compelled to testify about
Exactly.
what they say to parishioners.
In a
Exactly.
dream?
No, he said,
I asked what he said in a dream.
this is real, I'm going to reinforce my
I can't
objection.
say
I mean,
that.
this-
That's
It's
fine.
Glad there's a
proprietary.
record.
It's not proprietary.
Yes, it is.
No, it's not. I'm asking you what Jesus said to you in the dream.
I can't tell you. It's for a person that
You don't have to
it's
tell me,
private.
you don't have to name the person or name by a
No,
first name and no other
It's
name.
private. It's
Private between who?
under oath. I'm a priest, so I can't do
You're a
that.
priest?
Yes.
Okay, let's get,
Objection. He's claiming the privilege
There is
between
a privilege.
clergy and parishioner.
you're objecting to his term of calling himself a priest?
Well, are you
What are you
referring to a
objecting to?
Catholic
Clergy.
priest? Because I'm not referring
What are
to
you
Not a
referring
Catholic.
to?
He's not a Catholic priest, but he's a clergy.
The Bible says we're
He's
kings
objecting.
and
I
There's a
priests.
cannot
privilege.
get everything. I
I don't
can't.
blame you.
He's a minister.
Well, let's go back to the culinary school. What educational endeavors did you have after the culinary school?
Say that again. I'm
What other educational endeavors have you had since culinary school, which I think you said was in 99 through 92? Where else did you go to school?
nowhere. I've just been full-time.
So you have not had any theological training at all?
Oh, I have.
Okay, so did you go to
But
school somewhere?
Not to a university for that. I sat under other pastors and leaders.
Did you go to any certified
No,
school,
no,
seminary,
no,
theological institution?
no.
So you have no credentials that are
Right.
recognized?
Oh, I have credentials that are recognized.
Let me finish. No credentials that are recognized that say you're a priest, which is what you said you were.
Not a Catholic priest.
I didn't
Not-
say Catholic, and neither did you. You said you referred to yourself as a priest.
Well, that's what the Bible called ministers of the New Testament, where we're priests. You couldn't, you know that because you don't read the Bible, you don't understand, or don't understand
Can
it.
you please have your...
We'll proceed with questions and answers.
Okay.
So you have no certificate saying that you're a minister?
Yes.
What certificate?
I was licensed in my teenage years in the Baptist church and also in the Church of God in Christ. So I do have license and also have a doctorate of divinity given to me by Life University, which is a very prestigious theological seminary.
A doctorate of... hold on, let me see. A doctorate of divinity by
Life
Life...
University.
And where is Life University?
It's in Texas.
And did you attend that school?
No.
So
I got
is
an
it
honorary. doctorate.
Honorary, okay.
Yeah, from my years of experience in
All right, so you never attended Life University?
No.
Okay. And you can't tell me any other theological institution, seminary, or the like that you've received a degree from?
Neither can Peter or the other apostles. But anyway, no.
What?
No.
Neither did what?
Neither can Peter or the other apostles. They didn't
Oh.
go to theological school either. But,
But
I'm just saying.
we're talking about those back when Christ was...
Yes, because you
Oh.
know Paul went, so there was theological schools back then, but Christ didn't necessarily take his apostles through that kind of.
When did you start calling
process.
yourself the apostle?
Oh, I don't think it's the apostle. I don't say the apostle
Mm-hmm.
like you're trying to make it sound. It's just an office like a pastor.
It's an
or
office?
evangelist, like a pastor, evangelist. Do you read the Bible? I mean,
Do you want to correct him on
I'm asking.
his interrogation of me?
Because I mean, you can't understand me if you don't have any point of reference.
So you're saying that there is an office that's referred to as the or as
Have you ever
an
heard
apostle?
of a pastor? Are you familiar with pastor? Because an apostle is a pastor. I'm trying to answer
Could you
your question.
please?
Just proceed with questions
Okay.
and answers.
Okay.
And I'm going to object to the form of your question. It's argumentative.
Yes.
He's trying to explain that an apostle is similar to pastor, similar to minister, similar to
I think you're
priest.
testifying, but that would be... Let me get it from your client.
Well, you've asked him several times and
You
you're not
keep
getting
cutting
it.
me off. Yeah. Yeah. If you don't
Okay.
study, you can't. know.
Apostle,
Just answer the
Okay.
questions. And now we're relying on the internet for your questioning.
does the Life University from which you got your honorary doctorate, does that still exist?
Yeah.
What year did you get this honorary doctorate?
Actually, they just presented it to me this year.
2014? Do you have a copy of that?
I can get a copy if that's what you need.
And you're sure it's called Life University?
I could be off on those few names.
The place that gave you an honorary doctorate, you can't recall the name?
Yeah, that's human error. Human error.
All right, so you refer to yourself with what kinds of titles besides apostle?
Evangelist. I mean, we can just drop the apostle, just evangelist or pastor. It's fine.
And what a pastor usually refers to a church that you or which you're a pastor. Where would that be?
Well, I mean, I shepherd leaders and other pastors, so I train them.
But if you look up pastor, it refers to being a pastor over a church, a specific place.
Yes, so I would be more of a bishop, or that's what an apostle is, over churches,
So you're a
mentoring
bishop?
other leaders, yes.
Over other leaders. Who made you a bishop?
Well, first of all, God did.
So that's through God. That's not through any religious organization?
Yes, I have many organizations that acknowledge me as that, so
No, usually when somebody is a bishop,
they go through a ceremony, I know.
there's a ceremony, there's a specific church or religion or denomination.
Yes,
Do any of those apply to you?
yes.
Okay, what denomination?
Church of God in Christ.
Church of God
In Christ.
and where is that?
I mean, it's the biggest Pentecostal black movement, black Pentecostal.
And they're saying, and you're saying they made you a bishop?
No, they acknowledge me as a bishop.
Okay, I'm not talking about who acknowledges you as a bishop.
Okay.
I'm talking about, is there anything other than you decided to call yourself a bishop that made you a bishop?
Other than, the Lord commissioning me to do what I'm doing, then
Okay, so you and the Lord applied the name bishop to you, but you don't have any other recognized.
well, I would rather
Let me
not
finish.
use bishop.
Oh,
Yeah.
I thought you said
would
that's what I should use.
I go by more of Apostle Taylor, so.
I thought you said drop the apostle. Now you're
Well, so
confusing
you
me.
can understand, I'm trying to simplify things for you,
Not really.
but you
So,
don't.
But you decided to call yourself apostle.
No, I didn't.
Who did?
The Lord did.
Okay. When did he say you should be the apostle?
The apostle, it's not like that. It's almost like you're saying, the pastor, or it's not a "the" in the front of it. It's just an office that denotes a work.
An office?
That denotes a work. Like a pastor, the work of a pastor, the work of an evangelist.
Do you know
denotes a work.
anybody else that refers to themselves as apostle?
Yeah.
Who?
Thousands of people around.
Thousands?
Yeah, thousands of ministers around the globe who go by that title.
Name one.
Apostle John Eckhart.
And where is
He's
he
one.
from?
In Chicago. There's so many of them.
There's so many, and they just decide to kind of anoint themselves as apostle?
Objection.
No,
You're
that's
being
not-
argumentative.
No, I'm not.
and,
I'm trying to figure this
It's time
out.
to wrap this up anyway, because
I just think she don't understand. She don't know.
You know,
she probably-
can we,
Okay.
that needs to stop, okay? Like now.
well, it is because I think you're.
No.
Because he explained
It
that it was
needs
the
to
pastor.
stop with him making
Then you need to stop
commentary
arguing
about
with the
me.
opponent.
No. Please.
Okay, are we wrapping this up because
No, I
we
think we
agreed?
could go a few more minutes.
Well, we agreed that we would
I'm
wrap
not
up in
gonna-
time for me to
Absolutely.
be where I need to be.
At 7.
At 7 o'clock, and I
And
need to
that's not-
stop by my office on the way, which is just around the corner.
I'm not going to prevent you from doing what you have to do at 7.
Well, that means I need to leave now. It's 6 o'clock.
That's not what you told me before, today.
That's not what I told you before.
No.
That's what he said in court.
It said 6:30. I'm not going to keep you to 6:30, but
Well, I can't make it to 14 and Mound and stop by my office.
I didn't know
by
anything about your
6:30.
stopping at your office. That wasn't any
Okay.
part of any equation that I had.
So for the record, I heard him say 6 earlier.
Not to me, and not in
Yeah,
court.
I did to you in court this morning.
Let me ask you
All right, are we wrapping this up or
a
not?
couple minutes. Has Deborah Frasier ever given you any cash?
No.
She's never handed you dollar bills in any form.
No.
Has she handed you a check?
No.
Never given you a check?
No. Everything goes into offering, or like she's wired, but my hands don't touch the money.
Oh, okay. Did you ever tell Debbie Frasier that Jesus appeared to you and told you that Debbie should be giving you money?
No.
Did you ever reference your face-to-face appearances with Jesus or your conversations with Jesus to tell Debbie that she needed to donate money in
No.
your offerings?
No, I've never done that to anyone.
You've never had a conversation with Debbie Frasier about her gifting?
No.
None.
No.
Do you know how much she's given you?
Yes.
How much
I'm
is it?
aware. I think it's $1 million, or a little over $1 million.
And you never had any conversation with a $1 million donor?
Other than she gave it, and I was appreciative that she had such a generous heart.
So you did have a conversation with her about it?
Yeah, I thought she was referring to before. You were
Okay.
saying before the way you were talking was
Okay,
before.
so you can clarify it.
Yeah, so, yeah, after I found out she gave that, I wanted to thank her for her generous gift, just like others have given like that.
And where was it that this conversation occurred?
At the church,
What-
where
what-
everybody else is
What
at.
church are you talking about?
Taylor.
So you had a conversation with Debbie at the Taylor Church, thanking her for giving you money?
Yes. For giving the ministry money, not me. Not me.
Has Debbie ever shared with you any of her visions that she has claimed to have?
Objection.
Foundation.
Well, not only that, but it's privileged.
Okay.
He's not a pastor. He has no credentials as a pastor. He's self-anointed. That does not come under any priest, penitent, or pastor privilege.
All right.
I just,
Privilege.
for the record, a
It's not
pastor,
privilege.
there are different religious affiliations, and to claim that privilege does not require a particular credential.
That's right.
It requires that you're a minister or you're serving an evangelist.
Exactly.
It does not.
Well,
It does.
my objection's no.
That's fine. You can still answer.
No, he can't. This is privilege. You don't answer that question.
Thank you.
You're going to say it's privileged, all
Yes.
his conversations with Debbie Frasier, because he's a pastor that he is anointed himself
That
as?
particular question, yes.
What particular question?
You want to repeat the question?
You don't know what I asked him if Debbie had talked to him about her visions.
Yes. And I objected based on privilege. And I
And
stand by
what
that
is your,
objection.
and your privilege is
He's a pastor. He's speaking to his parishioner.
Exactly.
his parishioner? Debbie is
Member?
his parishioner?
Parishioner, member, yes. You have the objection. He's been instructed.
I don't see any credentials that he's been able to provide me in this deposition that he is an actual pastor. He's never been to any theological school, no
And
certification,
now you're
no
arguing
anything.
with me. I've
I
already
am.
instructed the client.
Okay, then I'll probably have to take that one to the court.
Okay.
We convene January 9th at 10.
Correct. Yes.
Good meeting you.
Brief deposition for today. We're going off the record at 6:05 p.m.
We are back on the record. It is 2:29 p.m.
Mr. Taylor, you're still under oath.
Yes.
Could you
Understand?
hold 10 seconds so I can sign this and have maybe, I can wait.
Go ahead, I don't care.
I just- Sign your name under that. I didn't interrupt you, sorry.
That's okay.
Get that done.
Okay. Ready? Everybody ready?
Yep.
Okay. Mr. Taylor, who is Ashley Ware?
She's a volunteer staff that works in the ministry on the staff.
She's a volunteer, she work full-time or part-time?
Yeah, she works full-time.
And who is Christian Ware?
That's their child, their
And
baby.
How old is that child?
I'm not sure. Don't know.
Infant or teenager, in between?
No, I know it's definitely not a teenager. Young, very young. So
And who is Clifton Ware?
that's her husband.
Are you related to them?
No,
No biological relation.
no.
Did they live with you in 2013?
No, not in 13, no.
When did they live with you at any time?
Yes, they did when they first came, and that was more in 2008, 9, somewhere around there.
What do you mean when they
When they first came.
first came from where?
From Cleveland, Ohio. I kind of helped them out and their children.
Children or one?
Well, they had more than one, so
And so they lived with you
yeah,
in your apartment,
yes.
the two-bedroom apartment? Mm-hmm. You have to answer yes.
Yes, mhm.
Along with your two children?
Well, you know, my two children went there every day, so
So,
according to court order. So I have my children half the week.
So where would these folks stay every day?
Well, I also had other friends in the city that I allowed them to go stay with, and they opened their home.
allowed them to
Or they
stay?
opened their home to them.
What do you mean you allowed them to go?
Just misworded it.
Okay. On your 2012 tax return, who's Brooklyn Mitchell?
Brooklyn, I don't know.
You don't know who Brooklyn Mitchell is?
No,
You have no idea?
no,
Never heard of that
Mitchell.
person?
no, Brooklyn Mitchell. Nope.
On your 2012 tax return, you claim Brooklyn Mitchell as a dependent or an exemption.
No, I don't think that's true or accurate.
Well, this is what you gave us today.
Yeah, or if it's, I don't know if it's, there must be someone, I don't know who that is. Michelle probably can answer that. I'm not sure about this because I don't do my own taxes. So, but I did carry them because I supported them that year. So, I mean, I know I supported Clifton and his wife and their children. I helped them.
You have no idea who Brooklyn Mitchell is?
No, I don't know that name, and I don't know why that's there. So it could be something that I'm not aware of.
You wouldn't be aware that they were one of your exemptions and dependencies?
Well, I don't know. I didn't handle that, so I would rather you ask her about that, Michelle.
Ask her about your personal tax return.
Yes,
And
'cause I don't fill them out.
you said that Christian, Ashley, and Clifton did not live with you in 2012.
No, not in 12. I don't think. I'm not sure. I can't. Maybe my days are mixed up, so I'm not accurate.
Well, you said it was
about
back in
everything.
08 and 09, not 12.
I know it's 08, 09. I can remember those times. Yeah,
But you, under oath, claimed all these people as your exemptions.
of course.
Brooklyn, of
Well,
course.
Well, no, I mean, whatever happened in this was under oath and it was the truth. So, like I say, you need to go ask Michelle about
Well, no,
this.
I mean, it's your life.
It may be
hold
my
on.
life, but I have somebody taking care of this part.
Okay, so these folks, none of those 4 folks lived with you in 2012
It's not true.
and in 2013.
I don't remember. I don't know what I'm looking at, so I can't answer this. I can't answer.
It's a 1040 U.S. individual income tax return 2012,
I know
is it
what
not?
that. Yes, I know what that
Okay,
is.
and this was given to me by your attorney today.
Okay.
And on it, it has these 4 dependency exemptions, does it not?
Yes.
Brooklyn, Christian, Ashley, and Clifton?
Yes.
Okay, and you're telling me you have no idea who Brooklyn Mitchell is?
No, it may be a name in there. I don't know if I know their nickname or whatever, but I'm just telling you I don't know, so I'm not going to answer anymore.
All right, so who is it that you support? What is it you do to support these people then?
Well, I mean, they didn't have a job and they didn't have nowhere to stay, so I provided food and clothing, shelter for them.
I don't know whose phone that is.
That's mine.
So you provided to these 4 people food, clothing, and shelter? You have to answer yes or no.
Yes.
On your salary?
Yes.
And your salary is listed as $28,897.
Yes.
And on that salary, you're saying you supported these 4 people?
Yes.
These 4 people?
Yes.
Including Brooklyn, who you don't know?
Yes. I don't. Like I said, I can't answer certain things at this time because someone takes care of my 1040. But, you know, I have money saved up, you know, so I can spend that money on helping other people if I want. So
How is the money saved up after you're earning $28,000? Where do you get money to save up?
I save money from my paycheck some, so.
Is that because the ministry covers most of your overhead?
Yeah,
With your allowances?
That's the blessing of nonprofit ministry.
Is what?
They allow for different allowances that even though my salary may be low, I still can have a little bit extra to help a family like that. So.
But your allowances, like your car allowance and your housing allowance, those are taxable to you, aren't they?
If he knows, he's not. an
I
expert.
don't know. Yeah, I don't know all those things.
Do you report those on your taxes?
I don't know if I'm supposed. I don't know.
You have
about
no
it.
idea. But you
I
sign.
have other people handle this for me.
But you sign your tax returns, don't you?
I have to, don't I? I think, yeah.
Okay. And so you sign them and you're not sure of what they mean?
Oh, not so much that. I have professional people who know what they're doing, so
Who would the professional people be?
I don't know. You can ask Michelle.
She knows who prepares your taxes?
Yes.
Do you keep receipts for all the expenditures that you say you have for these folks? These four?
I'm not sure. Not positive.
When you give them support, do you give them cash?
I have helped them with cash before, but nothing large, you know.
Do you pay their rent?
Pay their rent. I mean, they were living with me, so I was
Not in
paying.
2012, you said, or 13. You said
Okay,
08,
no,
09.
I don't pay their rent.
So
no.
you don't pay their rent? Do you give them a check for some funds?
No.
No check. No check, cash but not large amounts. You don't pay their rent. Do you buy them food?
Yes.
When do you buy food? How does that work? Do you give them money or do you go out and go do the grocery shopping?
No, I just give them money.
Cash?
My card, a bank
Credit card?
banking debit card, or you know. But when are you saying do I do this? Because I don't do this now. So.
Well, this is 2012
Okay,
and
you're talking about, so you asking
2013.
during those years. Yeah,
Right,
so
where
that's
you
probably,
claimed them.
Yeah, well, that's probably the way I did it when I did do it.
It's probably the way you did it.
Maybe. I had cash, I have debit card. Or
You would
whatever.
hand them your debit card
Yeah,
to go spend?
yeah.
Okay, and how much do you think they used on your debit card?
I don't know. I didn't keep that.
Was it your personal debit card or JMMI's?
Most likely it was my personal card.
Most likely, but maybe
Yes.
not?
No, I think it was my personal card.
Not JMMI's? You have to answer
The only
yes or no.
time they use JMMI card is on ministry business. And they were handling a lot of ministry business, so that's separate.
So were they being given money from the ministry's debit card if they were doing ministry business?
Yeah, of course, and anytime any volunteer does anything on the ministry business, you know, they are able to, like if they're going out of town or whatever, they're able to buy food because the ministry takes care of all those expenses. It's normal.
So the ministry does, but not you personally?
Like I say, on ministry business, that's when the
Okay.
card is used. When it's something personal, I've helped them with my own money.
So are you saying that you provided more than 50% of the support for these four people?
Yeah, of course. I mean, they didn't have nowhere to stay, nothing.
But you didn't pay their rent. Do you know where they were living?
Pay the rent? What do you say?
I asked you if you paid their rent, and you said no.
No, I mean, they live with me, right? Are you talking about the times that they live with me?
I'm only talking about 12 and 13. So
Oh, okay. No, of course not.
of course not what?
I didn't pay their rent
Okay.
from my
but
acknowledgement.
to claim them, you have to provide a certain level of support. So are you saying that you spent, or I'm sorry, that you supported them in more than 50% of their expenses?
It has to be if it's on that thing.
But you can't tell me how or anything
Yeah, because I
about
don't
it.
handle all those things anymore. I'm totally out of that. So I would rather you ask someone who knows. I'd rather just say to you, I don't know. So there's no proprietorship of me.
There's a
Fine.
tax preparer name on the return.
Okay, but what I'm trying to figure out, and I don't want to depose them, I want to just get a handle on this. You're saying that this is not JMMI expenditures. These are personal expenditures that you personally, let me
No.
finish, that you personally paid more than 50% of their support, so you claim them as exemptions, but you can't tell me how.
Actually, I would like to say I don't know. Ask Michelle.
She
That's
would
all I
know
wanna
what you
say.
spent daily on these folks?
They would know because they handle all my personal and ministry stuff.
Who's they, when you say they?
Well, I mean, Michelle handles all personal and ministry. So,
How much have you personally donated to JMMI in the last 5 years?
If you know.
Approximate, that's okay.
I don't really know. Yeah, I can't say from all the sacrifices. I can't say.
What does that mean from all the sacrifices?
I mean, the sacrifices of, you know, giving up things.
No, I'm talking about financially, not.
Oh,
Money.
so no, I can't tell you. I
But
don't
you
know.
do tell people how much you've given, yeah, don't you?
I have told them the sacrifices I've made.
You've put a dollar amount on that, haven't you?
Oh, sometimes I've given up. Yes, I've told them that over the years I have given a large sum of money to this ministry.
Okay, so what sum of money do you say when you do that?
Well, you said not in dollar amount. I'm talking about in sacrifices.
No, you put a dollar amount on it.
I
when
know
you talk.
because it is a dollar amount.
Okay, then tell me what
Of course,
dollar
sir.
amount you use when you tell people.
Oh, millions. I've given up millions for this.
Given
in
up
sacrifice.
or only in sacrifice?
In sacrifice, yes.
Millions.
Yes.
How do you arrive at that figure?
Well, I mean, from the opportunities I've had to do other things and that kind of thing.
That would have paid you over $1 million, that would have paid you millions?
Way more than
Really?
that, yes, of course.
What kinds of things would those be?
Well, for number one, I'm a chef. I completed my, in college, a degree. And so I could, number one, have my own business, like my brother who's a chef does, and that alone could
Is he a
bring in...
millionaire?
No. But
Chefs usually aren't.
that's if they don't write books and do multiple chains. There's a way you can do it where I know a lot of my friends who have did very
But
well.
you've said you've used the word donate. You haven't used the word sacrifice. When you're talking
Well,
on
that's
your...
what I
hold on,
mean,
let me finish.
sacrifice. Okay.
When you're talking on your radio or your conference call or up on stage, you say, I have donated millions to JMMI.
That's right.
But you're not talking dollar amount.
No, and the people know what I'm talking about.
Oh,
'cause
you
I've-
think they understand?
Oh, because I've explained, of course. You can't just listen to one show that I do and expect to understand what I'm saying if you don't follow
I've
the
listened to
ministry.
more than one show.
Oh, you got to listen to more than 3, 4, 20, or 100 to hear everything. Yeah.
The JMMI contribution report for 2013 shows that you donated $42,000 to JMMI in 2013. Is that true?
If that's what the report says.
How can you donate more than you actually have made in the last several years after a bankruptcy?
Because in this kind of ministry, people will walk up to me and want to give me personal gifts of this amount of money, and I give it over to the ministry instead of receiving it. And I have them write it out to the ministry instead of me.
So you're saying that isn't that a double dip? If you're saying that people go up and give you money and you say, write it to the ministry, and then you get credit for that donation, as does the person who made it?
Well, you know, that's my personal way of showing also contribution of people who want to give me money personally for my life, and I just tell them to give it to the ministry.
Do you report that as gift income to you?
No, because I tell them to write it out to the ministry.
So how do you come up with $42,000 that you donated when it didn't come from you, it came from a third party?
Well, we use those records to show what I am, you know, beside my tithes and offerings that I give out of my paycheck. We just show kind of what is being given to me on a yearly basis or presented to me, actually. So, you know, sometimes it's higher or lower, but
People come up and give you cash?
no,
Never cash.
no.
Do they write a check out to you, David Taylor?
They have, but I don't receive it. I tell them to scratch it out and write it in the ministry's name.
But then you get credit for the $42,000.
Just shows that I channel that money there instead of to myself.
So you're saying you don't accept cash?
No.
If somebody were to give cash, who would it go to?
GMMI.
No, personally, I mean,
GMMI.
but whom?
Offering bucket, offering plate. I don't.
Well, if somebody's going to give you $5,000 in cash, who would that be handed to?
The people who take up the money and count the money. And that could be anybody.
What
on
if
the
it
staff.
wasn't, you think, I'm not talking about somebody putting in a donation bucket. I'm talking about somebody's got $5,000 cash and they want to give it to JMMI. Who would be the person that would be designated to receive that kind of donation?
Well, our financial committee, Michelle is over that, so you could just say her.
So
Put her.
Michelle would be who was designated to receive cash donations of a large amount.
Yeah, to put it in the ministry. That's really I don't know how to answer that question.
Why?
I really don't, because people don't give like that. They give into the offering plate. They never give it to us personally. They give into our envelopes, or if they're going to put cash, they gives it in the bucket. So honestly, I think we should scratch that. We've never received money like that. The money we receive comes through donation plates, and then it's taken in the back and counted and deposited in the ministry.
So it would have to be at a service?
Yes.
So when Debbie gave you a couple, 1.2 million or wherever we are on that, she did it at a service?
I don't recall. I'm not quite sure when. I know she gave a wire.
Yeah.
From what I know, it's a wire. So.
A wire transfer?
Yeah, and
So
people do that all the time in our ministry.
So how would that be that would be set up? Who would be doing that in your ministry?
I know Michelle is over that.
So did you talk to Debbie about this wire transfer?
No, Michelle.
You had no conversation with Debbie about that?
No.
Did you ever request or in any way talk to Debbie about contributions to the ministry?
No, I mean, I talk to everybody who comes to the meeting about that, so that would be yes.
Other than at a general meeting, did you have any smaller group conversations with her about money?
Really, no.
None?
No, not that I know of. Other than when she had already given money and said she wanted to give, so I had Michelle finish up talking to her about that.
So you did talk to her after she had given money?
Yeah, yeah. I wanted to know what was going on, and so Michelle filled me in, and I talked with her briefly.
So what did Michelle tell you?
Just that she wanted to donate, and that she had given through wire and that kind of thing.
And so then you talked to Debbie?
Yeah.
And what did you say to Debbie?
I just told her thank you, and that was about it. And the ministry appreciated that.
Did you inquire of her the source of those funds?
No, because I never usually do that when people give money like that.
Would it be a concern to you if it meant that she was ultimately going to be homeless in the next year? Would it be a concern to
Of
you?
course, I would have never allowed that. I didn't find out till afterwards about this.
What did you find out?
I mean, just what you were telling me,
What Mr. Potts shared with you?
Right.
Anybody else?
Rick, of course, came up to me in the first court proceedings and started saying stuff like that, but I didn't believe him because of the kind of spirit and character he has. So I didn't really take none he said true. But when Mr. Potts shared with me certain things, because I saw what had really happened.
And what was your understanding of what had happened?
That she had donated a large sum, and she gave a lot of money that she didn't really, a lot of it she didn't have to give. I mean, beside the stuff she has to pay for. So
I'm sorry, say that again?
I said that I found out that she gave a lot of her money that she didn't have to give. She couldn't afford a lot of that.
Did Debbie ever talk to you about her finances?
No, that's the thing.
Did she ever talk to Michelle, if you know?
No.
Did you have any understanding of what her financial wherewithal was?
No, we sure didn't.
Do you understand there's a court order that says she can't give any money to JMMI or any other?
If you know.
I said, did you know?
No.
You aren't aware of the court order?
No.
The court order says she can't give you any money?
No. This just was...
No, it's been in effect for a long time.
Okay, no, I didn't know that.
Okay, she didn't tell you that?
No.
Did Debbie tell you that she was not seeing her children or had severely cut back seeing her children based on her finances?
No.
She didn't share anything about that with you?
The only thing I found out through Michelle that she had told Michelle is just that what her ex-husband was doing to her.
And what was that?
Well, basically just keeping her from the children and taking her to the rigmarole.
Do you understand that he can't do that personally, that the court has to issue orders?
Irrelevant.
Irrelevant.
Well,
Who cares?
That's...
No, I want his understanding.
No.
For what purpose?
So that Debbie doesn't repeat.
Debbie's not on trial here.
No, it's
He's
not.
on trial here.
It's not about trial.
What's it for?
Do you understand there are court orders issued from the judge about Debbie's parenting time?
If you know.
No, I don't. I'm not involved in that. But.
So you were led to believe that somehow her ex-husband Rick is doing this?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. Did Debbie ever tell you that she had violated court orders?
No, I don't know any of that.
She didn't tell you anything about that?
No.
Do you know if she told Michelle?
I don't know. You can ask Michelle.
Are given, and you understand that Mrs. Frasier cashed out about $600,000 in retirement assets that generated a very significant IRS bill? You aware of that?
Now, after he told me.
You weren't aware of it before then?
No, of course not.
But you're now aware that she's got a big IRS bill?
Yeah, I would have never let her give that if I knew that.
Were you aware at one time she owned her house free and clear?
No.
Are you aware that because she's given everything else away that she now has a significant mortgage that means she doesn't have any equity in her house anymore?
I think I heard from Mr. Potts or Michelle one that she's, I guess, got a line of credit off her home to pay lawyers through what the situation that her ex-husband is taking her through. So that's all I know about that.
Do you realize she also had to pay taxes, though, on the...
Yeah, I would have never let her give that to the ministry if I knew. She paid taxes. I teach people to pay taxes, pay their taxes to the government, so.
That's one of your tenants? It's one of your tenants to pay your taxes?
Yes.
Would you accept any more money from Debbie Frasier?
No,
You would not,
no,
going forward.
no.
Have you told her that?
Of course. I mean, since I found this out, I had a phone conversation and just told her, you know, I just asked her why she didn't tell us, you know, all of these things.
And what'd she say?
She just felt like she didn't feel like she needed to tell me anything. She just felt led to give the money, so.
So you called her on her cell phone or house phone?
Well, no, I had my exec, Michelle called her for me and patched me in to
Okay.
talk with her.
So you and Michelle were sort of on a conference call with
Yeah,
her?
just
Okay.
recently, yeah.
When would that have been?
Maybe in the last week or two, something like that.
So you had a conversation where you told Debbie you're not going to take any more money
Yeah.
from her.
Well, I don't think I worded it like that, but I told her that she should have communicated better with her financial situation. And if she had bills to pay, like the RS and things like that, I wouldn't have never taken the money in the first place if I had known that information. Especially that amount. Even if she wanted to donate, I would have told her, don't give this amount. You need to keep some for your life and that kind of thing. But I don't get involved in all of our contributors' life like that, you know.
If somebody gives you a really big number, like over $1 million, you don't say to them, can you afford this?
I really haven't done that because I think it probably would be wise now through this to just start doing that. But usually people who have given are very responsible and they can do it, you know, so this caught me totally off guard.
Do you realize there are court orders telling Debbie Frasier that she cannot bring her children to St. Louis and participate in JMMI?
I heard about that. Michelle told me about that part.
When was that?
That was some time ago. I can't tell you when exactly.
Ballpark it. This year, last year? I mean,
Yes.
I don't
just
know.
ballpark.
I just don't know.
So you're aware that she can't bring the children to JMMI?
Yeah.
And since you became aware of that, has she brought them?
No. I haven't seen them around at all.
Did you meet with the children?
Meet with them? What do you mean?
Did you have conversations with them?
I wouldn't. Oh yeah, they came to the church, so yeah, that at the church. Say hello and
What else? What
that's
other kind
about
of
it. Just hello and just greeting them like I've greeted others.
thing? Did you talk to them about face-to-face visits with Jesus?
In a meeting?
No, with them.
No.
No? You have to answer yes or no.
No.
Did you give them any of the books or DVDs?
No.
Did somebody else, if you know, from your ministry, maybe?
I don't know. Couldn't say.
Given that Debbie is basically destitute, you understand that? You have to answer yes or no.
Yes.
Okay.
That's an assumption for the question. He doesn't know that. Is that what you tell him what I told him?
Right. Given that you
Given it's
understand
assumption.
from
Okay.
us, would those be circumstances under which you'd be willing to give Mrs. Frasier back some of her money?
Objectively forming the question.
Go ahead.
Say it again now.
Excuse me. Hold on a second, let me wire up again.
Given that you understand Mrs. Frasier to be destitute and it's impacted her ability to have housing, her ability to see her children, under those circumstances, are you willing to give Mrs. Frasier back some of her money?
Should I answer this?
Yes, you go ahead and answer.
Yes. I've shared that with the board. I took what he told me back to the board concerning her present circumstance, and I would love to do that if we had the money. Presently, we don't, but I told them that I'm willing to, if the money comes in through what we raise, to support and help her, of course.
So would that mean you would give her a check back for some of the funds that she had given?
I don't know how we would do it, but we would find out the legal right way to do that and issue her that.
Those funds, issue those
Yeah.
funds to her?
But, objection to the form of the question. First of all, he's going to require guidance professionally.
understand that.
On how we can, should, otherwise, what source. So the concept is fine to talk about specifics. He certainly isn't
I'm not asking
qualified
him to-
answer those kinds of questions.
Right.
Yeah. Has Debbie talked about relocating to St. Louis with you or with anyone that you know?
Not that I know of.
Has anyone talked to you about her oldest daughter going to college there?
No.
Katie? Do you know if she's talked to Michelle about that?
I'm not sure.
Are you aware that Debbie refers to JMMI in the presence of the children as their second family?
No.
Are you aware that Debbie had people from JMMI staying at her residence for overnight at least some period of time?
Yes, I did know. I had heard about that.
What had you heard?
Just that whenever some come from St. Louis in town, that she let them stay there for a day or two.
Do you know how many people would be at any given time?
Just one, from what I knew.
And that would at times, do you understand it, that at times that would be when her children were having parenting time with her back when that was allowed?
No.
You didn't know that? Now, when you came into town, there were times, were there not, that you used Deborah Frazier's vehicle? Or someone who was driving you used Deborah Frazier's vehicle?
Maybe, I don't know. I wasn't aware.
You weren't aware in whose car you were driving?
No. We rent cars when I come here. So if they switch up the cars, I wouldn't know, or I'm just going for the ride wherever they're taking me.
You have no input about any of that?
I don't handle that.
So you wouldn't recognize that you were repeatedly driven in a car that was owned by, the same car that was owned by Debbie Frazier?
Well, I know what a car looks like now, but what I'm saying is during those times, I didn't know. We rent cars. When I come in town, they rent the cars from me.
Did you think it was
So
always the same car that got rented?
It's usually different, you
Right.
know, but they usually rent the same kind of car too. So,
So you didn't realize it was rather regularly just Debbie's car?
because I was never in her car regularly.
Did she ever drive you around?
No.
When you say it's up to the board, now the board includes Michelle,
Yes.
you,
Yes.
and who else?
I'm not sure. You can ask Michelle.
You don't know who's on the board?
Totally. I would rather you get the accurate information because I don't want to be accused of answering falsely like I have been other times when I've tried to guess. So I just rather you, I'm telling you I don't know, just ask her.
How
She'll
many
let you know.
people are on the board?
Don't know. Just
You don't know?
No.
Don't you have to have board meetings?
Yes, we do have board meetings.
So can you count around the table how many people there are?
Well, our board also grows at the same time. So I just rather you just get that information somewhere else.
The last time you had a board meeting was when?
So on the phone, I think the beginning, it's been the beginning of the year in January. Can't exactly tell the date, but
It was on the phone.
yeah.
How did you meet Deborah Frazier?
She came to the meetings that we hold in Taylor, Michigan.
When Deborah Frazier volunteers, do you pay her travel costs when she comes to St. Louis?
No,
No?
no,
She's on her own?
yeah.
So if she said that she was being reimbursed for that, would you say that's not accurate?
If she says she's being reimbursed, then I don't know what's going on there. I don't handle that part of the ministry.
But your understanding is she's not.
From what I know, I really wouldn't like to answer that. I'd just rather say I don't know.
But other people, you do reimburse and assist them with their costs, right?
Of course, but I don't always know who that is. I don't handle that part of the ministry.
All right, so would that be something that Debbie Frasier would be eligible for?
Of course.
And if you knew she didn't have any personal money or it was taking away from her ability to support herself, would that be something you would provide for her?
Of course.
Would you provide her with lodging in St. Louis?
Of course.
How would you do that?
Well, just like we provide that for others, you know, who, if they're on a ministry trip, that's if they're under the ministry banner, we take care of their expenses.
So if Debbie Frasier moved to St. Louis, would you pay for her residence there?
No, we don't do that. We don't pay for anybody's residence to move. They have to get a job or, you know, if they're going to relocate, that's not a responsibility the ministry incurs.
But it was for, you said, for the Ware family.
No, it wasn't. They didn't have nowhere to stay for a few days or however long we were helping them. And then it found out they didn't have a place to stay. So I opened up my home to their family.
And you had never met those folks before?
Well, it wasn't that. They had been in the ministry for a little time. We got a chance to know them. So,
how would they have been in the ministry? They lived somewhere else?
Yeah, they came down and was active for maybe a few months, and I got a chance to know them a little bit.
And then they came and you supported them?
Yes.
You stated in your last deposition that you would like to hire Mrs. Frasier. You have to answer yes or no.
Yes.
Have you explored that?
Explore, what do you mean by explore?
Explored whether you're going to hire her?
What do you mean by explore? What is, can you rephrase
Well,
that?
you said that you would like to hire her, so have you
Yes.
done anything about that?
Not at this time. We haven't added anybody on yet. We have to wait till the finances is there for that kind of thing.
So when somebody gives you $1.2 million, where does that money go? To what?
It goes into ministry operations.
So it goes into running JMMI? You have to answer yes or
Yes.
no? I didn't finish over here. So who has been on the JMMI payroll in the last 90 days?
Michelle Brannon is really the only one on the salary payroll, and myself at this time.
Just the two of you? You have to answer yes or no.
Yes.
Do you have a former or current FBI agent associated with JMMI now?
No.
Has there been?
No.
Never had anybody with the FBI involved?
No.
At one point, your mother and father were on the JMMI board of directors. You have to answer yes.
Yes.
Okay, and do you recall that time period?
I think it was, you know, I don't remember. I know it was a few years ago. So I think, I'm not quite sure.
Then they resigned, did they not?
No, they didn't resign.
They didn't resign?
No.
You filed paperwork showing they resigned.
No, it shouldn't say resignation.
And then in 30 days, they were back on the board.
No.
You don't recall that?
No.
They were on, they were off, they're on, and aren't they off now?
No. Yeah, they're off, but the way you were saying this isn't the way things happen. No.
What did they receive compensation?
No.
They weren't paid at all.
No.
Are they both living?
Yes.
What are their names?
Katie and James Taylor.
K-A...
K-A-T-E.
K-A-T-E, not Kate?
Katie. Mm-hmm.
K-A-T-E, and you call it...
T-I-E, I'm sorry.
Okay. And James?
Taylor. Mm-hmm.
And where do they reside?
In Memphis, Tennessee.
Is James Taylor the same one that prepares your tax returns, same
Yeah.
one as your father?
Mm-hmm. He has an income tax business.
Oh, so your father prepares your taxes.
Well, not now. He did at one time. We had him doing that because he has a very integral business, been around for over 30 years.
So when your dad did your taxes 2012, just a couple of years ago, he's listed as the tax preparer.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
And he's the one that made the judgment then apparently to include these 4 people as exemptions?
Yes.
So you're saying that your parents were never off the board for any period of time other than when they finally came off now?
Yes.
I've looked at that document. Do you have it with you? Okay. This. Okay, on June 18th, 2013, well, let me ask you first, who is Bill Hody? Do you know that name?
Yes, Bill
Who is
Hody. He is a minister in JMMI.
He is what do you have to do to be a minister?
Well, you have to qualify.
How?
Basically, through being trained.
By
training. Well, in this case, I train ministers, but he was a minister before I knew him. So, in the other church they had, so he was already a minister before he met me or our organization.
Does that mean he's licensed?
I don't know. You probably have to ask him.
Well, how do you just accept that he's a minister? How do you know he's a minister?
Well, I mean, I can see from the qualification of how he handles himself, and I've been in ministry for 25 years, so I know.
So you can just tell by looking at somebody if they're a minister?
Well, if I know they have ties to a reputable church before, and if they come and start working in our ministry and I see their expertise, then yes, I can tell.
You don't have to be ordained?
Well, yeah, you can be ordained, but the ordinations is not what makes you a minister.
So do you, when you accept someone as a minister, do you then do a background check to see whether they were legitimately associated with any of these places?
Yes.
What do you do?
Well, I just have people on the staff or board check backgrounds, do investigation.
Like
or
what?
if I don't need that, if I already know the leaders who I already know are reputable, then I don't have to do that.
All right, so you're saying, how old is is it Hody?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
How old do you think he is?
I think, not sure, I think he's 40. I don't know. Let me just say I don't
40,
know.
somewhere around there?
No, he's not 40. I'm just saying I don't know.
Okay. Do you know if he's related to Debbie Frasier?
Yes, I found out they're cousins.
And in June 18th, 2013, you paid Debbie Frasier's cousin, Bill Hody, $2,000. What was that for?
That was a ministry gift
What does
to
that
bless
mean?
him.
A ministry gift
or
to bless him.
honorarium, that's what we call it. It's the name of it. When you minister or when you do any service for the ministry, we give honorariums.
And what do you have to do to get an honorarium?
Well, speak or minister, do some form of ministry in the church or ministry.
Do you give these out routinely?
if I have a guest speaker or if I have somebody come and do a service for the ministry, yeah.
It's $2,000?
It's not normally just 2,000.
More
It
than that
depends.
usually?
It depends.
It could be more than that?
Yeah.
And how long do they stay and talk?
Depends. Maybe a whole service could go for like 2 or 3 hours.
And you make $2,000?
Oh, yeah. That's not standard.
How is it not standard?
It's not. It could be more or less depending on the qualification or the donation, the work that they do that night for the Lord.
So how much you pay them depends on how much you receive in donations in some way?
Sometimes.
So you have,
But this, for him, was not just any one service. It was just his involvement in helping the ministry.
in general, he didn't give a service.
Right.
And who makes that decision of who to give that kind of money to?
The board and myself.
So this was just a general gift.
It was an honorarium, as I said.
Now, do you give Mr. Hody a 1099?
I think I did. I'm not sure. I didn't do it, but
Sure,
that's
on your
normal.
behalf, somebody.
Yeah.
Somebody gave a 1099. Because there are lots of payments to Mr. Hody in several thousands of dollars over the course of time.
Okay.
Right?
No, I don't know if there's lots. I don't.
Well, they total
Recall.
thousands of dollars, more than the two. Wasn't a one-shot deal. You acknowledge that?
I only remember giving or allowing that to happen maybe twice. That's it.
Okay, and it's your understanding that you do a 1099 to him and he's to report that as his income?
Exactly.
I want to do that. So each time that somebody comes and you pay them an honorarium or for just whatever you think is their good guy or whatever, you give them a 1099.
Yes, that's what the law requires.
Yeah, we did request the 1099s, but we haven't gotten them. Maybe they're in the package tomorrow. In June of 2013, there's over $6,000 worth of charges for the Disney Resort Hotel in Anaheim, California. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And did you go?
Yes, I was there.
And who were you with?
I know it was 4 staff. I can't remember exactly who all went, but we were down there in Orlando for a meeting, and then we also went for vacation. Yes.
To Disneyland?
Yes.
And the JMMI paid for that?
Yes.
And so do you report that on your income when you get paid for a vacation?
I don't know. I'm not into the legal part. I have people take care of that for me.
Do you give the staff 1099s for paid vacations?
I don't know the financial situation behind all that. So,
What 4 staff members were there?
like I said, I can't remember who they were.
Oh, yeah. These were in Anaheim, California, so apparently you did Anaheim and Orlando? Mm-hmm. You have to answer yes.
Yes.
So you took staff to Orlando and Anaheim for a vacation at Disney resorts?
It isn't quite like that.
Okay.
You know, so I have different staff that accompany me to different cities I go into. So when I was in California that year and we went to Disney World at the same time, yeah, the staff go I treated them to that. And so the same thing in Orlando when that happened. But I don't just take them there. We are having a meeting engagement, and then on the time off, I allowed that to happen.
And JMMI paid the $6,000 for the resort
Yes,
charges?
of course.
Of course, even for the vacation?
Yes, of course.
All right, so who was there in Anaheim, California?
I don't remember.
You don't remember who you went with?
No, it's been so long, you know, and I travel all the time with different groups, so.
And all on JMMI's dime?
Well, that's, what do you do when you have a staff who you need to go help, and they're not getting salary, but they're volunteering their time, what, they're supposed to pay their own plane tickets? No. The ministry take care of that because the ministry is using them on the road to do things. So we take care of basic expenses. And if there's a vacation thrown in there, which is not always, we allow that to happen as a benefit.
And you pay for that?
Yes.
Okay. But you can't say if you issue them any kind of gift or receipt or 1099s for that benefit?
Gift. No, I don't
Okay.
know the legal.
And so you went to both Orlando and Anaheim and paid for vacations for staff members, but you don't know who they are?
No, I can't remember exactly who it is. I'd rather not say until we figure it out.
Were your children included?
My children were there with me in Orlando, not in Anaheim.
And did JMMI pay for them?
I think so. I'm not sure. I don't think. I usually, when I go on a vacation, the ministry give me a vacation bonus, and it comes out of that. So.
A vacation bonus, and I don't see that reported as income anywhere in your tax return.
Well, I mean, you got to go to the people who handle that. They can explain.
You don't know anything about your own finances?
Not a lot. I have professionals take care of that, and people who know about nonprofit business. So, but I can assure you, I'm not doing anything illegal.
Well,
everything we have is open, so it's nothing to hide. You can see everything we have on our papers.
I'm not sure that your conclusion is accurate.
Well, that's your opinion.
Right.
That's your opinion.
Did Debbie Frasier go on either of the Disney resort trips?
Not that I remember. I don't.
You don't remember? You said there's 4 people and you can't remember who they are.
I mean, it's been a while, and I have different people who will go, so I don't remember actually, but I know I had a group with me.
Do you go to Disney resorts every year?
Not every year, no.
But mostly?
No. Honestly, I hadn't been to Disney World in before this time, and probably, I don't know, maybe 3 years, 4, 5, something like that.
So where was the meeting that you had in Anaheim?
It was in Anaheim.
Where? And what organization or whatever?
I can't remember exactly where that was.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, on September 6th, 2013, JMMI wrote a check to Charter Place for $1,350 with the memo line recording it as T. Taylor's rent. Is JMMI paying rent for your ex-wife, Tabitha?
No, I don't know what that is. I can't answer that.
You have no idea why $1,350
No.
would be paid and it would be marked rent?
No.
There are actually several monthly payments, October, November, et cetera, that same year, made to Charter Place with the same notation.
I'm not quite sure. You probably have to ask Michelle about that.
Does Tabitha work in your ministry?
No.
but somehow her rent's being paid.
I don't know about that. No, we don't do that, I'm sure.
Who would
Play.
T. Taylor be made for?
I'm not sure. You probably need to ask the financial advisors about that.
Well, let me show you canceled checks we've received. It's from JMMI Ministries, Charter Place, $1,350, September 6, 2008. It's marked, I'm sorry, 2013. And it's marked in the memo line, T. Taylor's rent.
Okay.
And who is this person's signature on that account?
That's a lady who's died recently, but she was with us for many years,
What is-
Mary in France.
Mary in France?
Yes.
When did she die?
About, it was last year, I think. I'm not sure the exact date, but
Did she have, she obviously had signatory authority on this
Yeah.
check? A checking account?
yes.
And then, that's different, okay. Then there's a September 10th, 2013 check. $1,600 rent for Michelle Brannon. And I'll show you this one. You can tell in the memo line is for Michelle and it's $1,600. Is JMMI paying Michelle's rent?
I really can't answer to what this line of financing was for. So, you know, you may see one thing but not know what's really happening. So it'd be better to ask Michelle and the financial, those who deal with the finances.
So you're saying that you don't watch over the finances at all, that you do not look at to see who's receiving money properly or improperly?
It's not true. I have a firm. My way of looking is having a professional firm
Who's
and
that?
an accountant to do that. Ex-Michelle, she knows.
You don't know who the firm is?
I think I know their name, but I don't think I have it right. So just
Well,
ask
wasn't
her
that when your
about
dad
that.
was doing the accounting?
What, you said no?
Wasn't that when your dad was doing the accounting?
What are you talking about? What are you?
During
You're
that time
confusing
period.
two things. He was doing my personal income taxes.
He didn't do JMMI's?
He may have. I'm not sure around that time, but I also had firms or accountants.
No, hold on. So how many different firms have you had using your, or preparing your financial information?
I can't answer. I don't know.
Michelle handles that. You have to answer
Yes.
yourself. Okay, on November 4th, 2013, JMMI made a purchase of $9,560 from Amini's Galleries in St. Louis, which is a store that specializes in pool tables and game rooms and jukeboxes. What was that purchase for?
I'm not sure. You probably need to ask.
You have no
Michelle.
idea?
You probably need to ask Michelle. I don't know. Yeah, I can't remember what that's about.
I mean, that's just about a year ago. Did anything come into any of your buildings that was a pool table or something resembling that?
No, we didn't buy a pool table.
You didn't buy a pool table?
No,
Did you buy a jukebox or ping pong or?
no.
You can't, a $9,000 expenditure?
And you can't go by, you know, just the name of a company that sounds like it's a jukebox, because it could be something else they have in there that could serve ministry purpose or whatever's
Like, give me an
happening.
example.
I don't know.
You don't know what $10,000 would be spent on?
I have confidence in very integral people with our finances, so I trust them. So you would have to ask them.
So anybody on the board could authorize that kind of purchase and sign the check?
Not anyone, only those who have the power to sign checks.
And who are they?
I don't know. I've shared with you. I don't know.
You have no idea?
No. I know I'm one of them.
And you know Michelle's one of them?
Yes.
Anybody else that you know of?
No.
So Michelle would have complete discretion to spend almost $10,000 on something?
If she knew, she ran it by the board.
But you don't even know who's on the board. You can't tell me who's on the board.
Like I share with you, that you can ask all this information and they'll share what you want to know. But I have a process that people go through before they spend large sums of money.
Okay, but you don't know what it is.
Yes,
know
I
what the
do. They
process-
go through the board.
All right,
Things
you're
are
on the
approved.
board.
Yes, I am on the
So
board.
wouldn't that have been run through you?
Not smaller purchases like that.
Not a $10,000 purchase that's small?
No, the board can handle that kind of purchase. They can decide if that's wise or not.
Does it take a board meeting to decide that?
I don't understand if it would take a board meeting the way you're thinking of. Maybe they can have a phone conference, or if they are not all together. Because
Right.
this is a traveling ministry, so we are always on the go. So
All right, so how many people are on the board? How many people does it take to have a phone call with?
I don't know.
You don't know.
I've told you I don't know the accurate amount. Instead of saying something, I'm telling you I don't know.
All right, so when you're on a phone call during a board meeting, you have no idea how many people are on the other end of the phone.
I don't actually. I don't at that time. I don't know. At this time. I do not know how many people.
How do you get appointed to the board?
Well, you have to go through the right. I don't know if we've ever come up with any kind of process like that, other than credibility, for as myself and anybody who is qualified.
What does that
To
mean,
do
anybody
something.
that's qualified?
Yeah, you have to qualify to be able to do ministry work. I mean, on that level. So,
But tell me what that means. You have
well, I
to
mean, to be
qualify.
an administrator, to be a head in the ministry.
So how does one do that? I asked what the process was, and you don't know.
Well, I mean, first of all, I need to know their credentials and what they've done in the past.
So do you review every applicant for the board?
Of course,
Do they make a written application?
yes, and I don't know all the process. I don't know everything because I've stopped handling a lot of that over the years. So I have other people to handle those things for me. So I can't answer a lot of these questions.
So you don't know how many are on the board or how you get to be on the board?
I know the process. I know kind of what we look for, but right now, because I am so busy and I can't do all of the internal stuff, that's why I hired Michelle as an executive to handle this. And she was an executive at Weatherford.
She was what?
She was an executive for other companies before she came, or a good administrator. So I hired her to handle.
Okay, but don't you have, as CEO, and your name's kind of associated with this, aren't you concerned that there could be people that taking advantage of the money in the ministry?
Well, that's why I have CPAs and accountants who we hire firms outside of the ministry to go through the money to make sure that it's not happening. You can find out from Michelle.
Who does that?
Yeah.
And so
it's not that I'm not giving you information, like Rick is saying. I'm telling you
well,
where
it's a
you
little
can
hard.
get
You don't
it
know
from.
the number of board members. You don't know who they are. You don't know how they get to be, and you don't know what happens to make a $10,000 purchase.
As you get bigger in ministry, like what I do, you don't handle all of that. I'm a preacher. I focus on the spiritual aspect of the ministry, and I have professionals who do the professional aspect.
And that includes, that's Michelle almost exclusively, isn't it?
She's part of it. So,
So it doesn't bother you that Michelle can write herself a check for her rent and not clear it with you?
That's not the way things go. That's not.
Well,
you can
We got a check
say,
for her rent.
but that's what you're trying to say. You're falsifying information.
No, okay, let's stop right there.
No.
If you're saying I'm falsifying information,
you're
I'll
doing.
pull the check, give me the check, And you're
Just
going to
because you
tell
can
me
pull a check don't mean you're giving the right information. You're lying about that. What
I'm lying about
yes,
something?
Just because that's there don't mean your opinion is a lie. So what I'm
My
saying
opinion is a lie.
Go to her and find out what it's about. Don't show me the check again. I already saw it.
So you're saying I am lying that this says...
No.
She's not lying.
Well, no, I'm not saying that you're lying about this on here. I'm saying that your opinion is a lie.
My opinion is nothing other than a check was written for Michelle's rent.
You just gave a connotation that, so you're saying she can just write out a check for herself and do this? That ain't how we operate. So what I'm saying to you, go and find out. I can't tell you all the details.
You can't tell me how it operates.
I can't tell you all the legal stuff that they allow in the IRS for us to operate.
What
you
are the
could
checks and balances that you have to make sure nobody's scamming the money?
A firm, a CPA firm, who checks and audits our books.
But you don't know who they are.
I know Brown Smith and Wallace, not Brown Smith Wallace. I don't want to say. I get these names mixed up and numbers and stuff. But my thing is, I am not evading the answer. I'm telling you where you can go get it. So what I'm saying to you is accurate. So I don't go through this rigmarole with you all about this.
What I'm trying to say is, you have millions of dollars coming into this place, and you're constantly asking for money. And you can't tell me who can write checks, who can make decisions about writing checks, and how those things get authorized, or who's on the board and who decides, right?
Because I've done this for 25 years, and I've established from the ground, and I have things already put in place that I don't have to go back and check like that. Not like that. I have that system set up. So
What's
if you
the
want to know,
system?
ask the person who I have in charge.
And that's Michelle.
Exactly.
Okay, there's an October 24th, 2013 check JMMI wrote for $250,000 as a down payment for a Chesterfield home. What does that go to?
That was a down payment to purchase the residential center in St. Louis on 10-page.
And that came from JMMI
Yes.
funds. Is there
Yes.
a mortgage on it?
Yes.
And who holds the mortgage?
Harold Lewis.
Who's he?
He's the owner or former owner, or the person we're buying the house from.
So, but you're also, I recall you testifying that you're leasing this house, or the documents show, for $6,500 a month.
That's just a lease to own.
You don't have a lease to own.
Well, that's what our agreement is.
A lease to own?
Our original intentions is to buy the home, and that's what we're doing. And so that's the agreement,
What's the agreement?
that we're buying the home, we're purchasing the home, but we're leasing to own at this time. But the $250,000 is our earnest money to purchase the home.
Who's Harold Lewis in this? How do you know him?
He's the owner of the home that was trying to sell the home.
Do you have a land contract?
Yes, I think we do. Don't quote me on that. But Michelle would be the best person to answer that.
So you gave Mr. Lewis $250,000 as a down payment, and in addition to that, you pay him $6,500 a month.
Yes. The ministry pays that.
But you didn't provide us with a land contract. You provided us with a lease.
Okay, so maybe that's what that is. I can't.
I'm going to show you a residential lease for
Okay.
JMMI for the, how do you pronounce it?
Timpage.
Timpage property for $6,500 a month in rent beginning November 1st, 2013, and ending on January 1st, 2016. And it talks about security deposit of $6,500, and that you're going to pay lease of $6,500. It doesn't anywhere talk about recognition of a down payment or a.
Well, it should.
It should.
Yeah. Or if it don't, then, like I say, you need to. It would be good to go to Michelle. She's handled
This
most of
is
this.
$250,000,
I
and you're
know.
not up to speed on what this
I
is
am
about?
up to speed on that.
And what
It
is
was a big purchase. I know what we did on that.
What does this say?
Residential lease. This is lease to own.
Show me where it says lease to own. Show me
Right here.
anywhere. Residential lease?
Residential lease.
Right.
Also, you're just trying to say that what I'm saying, lease to own, is not.
It's not on this document, is it?
Well, I am sharing with you, this is the conversation we had with the owner of the house, and this is why we put down $250,000 earnest money for that, toward that.
Where's the document that says?
Well, maybe-
Hold on. We asked for this. The document that says you're purchasing that.
Yes.
Where is that?
I think you should have that. I don't know
I
why
don't
you
have
don't.
it.
Well, maybe we can ask her about that. She should be able to provide that to you.
I would like, if you can make note of this, Dave, I would like a copy of whatever the purchase agreement is or whatever document that shows the $250,000, because it doesn't make any sense.
Just let me ask a question. Do you understand that these lease payments are to be applied to the all purchase price?
Well, that's a question. What's the
guess-
purchase price?
I'm just asking him if he understands that.
Yes, of course.
Well, I mean, you
Do
just,
you, do you know what the purchase price of the project
Yes,
is?
I do. It's
How much is it?
$2.5 million.
Okay.
And we are putting down a total of $500K. We've only put down $250 at this time. The $6,500 is the lease. Now, as you know, that a lease for that amount of money. This was a personal situation we worked out with the owner.
Yeah, I'm just
you know.
trying to understand what she's trying to understand.
Yeah.
it doesn't
Well,
make sense.
Well, I mean,
And it's not legal, I can tell you that, because anything.
Legal?
No. Anything that deals with land must be in writing.
yes.
And you have a lease that expires in 2016.
I just don't think you probably have all the documents here, but we should have more than that. So I would rather you ask about that because we just got out of
What's the property called?
Temp pitch.
TI?
Yeah. That's the, I'm sorry, that's the
Street.
yeah.
Street name.
Temp pitch, yeah.
But they call it the,
TMP?
PAIGE.
G.
they call it the residential center. And the $250,000 check is written on October 24th, 2013, and the beginning of this lease is November 1st. So it doesn't make any sense.
Is it 2.25 million purchase? Is that the
Yeah,
deal?
2.2. 2.5, yeah.
2.5? There's a difference. Okay. Okay.
So you put $250,000 down and then signed a lease saying you'd pay $6,500 a month more beginning right then and through January 1st, 2016, which is less, it's 10 months, 11 months away.
Yeah.
So what happens then?
That's the interest rate on the home, actually.
$6,500 a month is the interest rate you're paying?
On a, well, that's what he was paying on that property on a $2 million loan against it. And I think he pays $5,000, and the other $1,500 was for the taxes. So that's just the 3% interest rate I think Bank of America locked him into. So we are starting to take over the home and show earnest money to purchase it. We took over also the the interest payments a month.
Who provided this lease for you to sign? You signed it, didn't you?
I think I probably did, yeah. Yeah, so
Who provided it?
Harold and his lawyer.
And who represented you?
Well, I have a lawyer who's, we just actually had a meeting with him, and one of the things he did put in the contract that he forgot to mention was that was a down payment, which is supposed to be in there, of course.
What do you mean,
Yeah.
of course?
It's
This
there.
makes no sense.
Then go to
None.
the right people and find out what you need to know.
Well, see, that's what my concern is. Debbie Frasier gives 1.1 million, and then you go put $250,000 as a down payment that's not reflected anywhere.
But that
and it
don't
looks
have
like
to be her money. We had other
Sir,
large
I'm not through.
contributors.
You have other large contributors that year that were over $1 million?
Well, they gave it in collectibles, but I raised that money on the road as much as she gave as well that year. That was a high year for us. But
Because
I'm telling
she was
you,
the big donor.
So don't look and say that that's her money, because that money could have come from other parts of the money that came in that year too. So don't do
But
that.
don't you have an obligation to behave responsibly with these
That
donations?
is responsible.
Show
I'm
me where.
investing. You
Excuse
can't
me. Show me
do it
where
by
the
that.
$250,000 down payment and the rent to own comes in.
Well, I'd rather you get the information from Michelle, because the way you're making this look is not, this is responsible. You probably don't have everything you need to see here. Maybe you don't have enough documents. But I know what we did. I signed this. I remember that. And I'm a very wise businessman, so.
This would be in direct conflict with what you've told me is your intent.
Well,
It didn't get reflected in this document that you signed.
You
at
can
the
say
same
whatever
time.
you want, you can lie and do whatever you want. But
Sir, I'm not lying. That's a document
are.
you provided.
Well, your opinion is a lie, We have total proof of all of this, so it's nothing.
And you'll provide it, is that your,
Of
Mr.
Total
Potts?
proof, of course.
So when people are going to donate money, do you say we want to buy a $2.5 million house and that's why we need it? Do you give them any kind of notice of what your game plan is for buying?
No, actually, I'm very transparent with the people, with the money. They know how much comes in. I tell them, and how much we
What
raise.
people are you referring to?
The people, when I'm in front of them, I share with them the money that comes in and what we're using it for. And I'm
Did you
basically,
disclose that it was going for this $2.5 million house?
no, because I don't have to share that. But what I do share with them is our discussions with the banks, where we're trying to get a loan from the bank for about 2 years, and we were turned down by 15. And so,
So you wanted more money?
They want to,
You were turned down by 15 banks?
because they don't give money to, in this economy, they weren't giving money to nonprofits or churches. They don't want to do that. So we're trying to find out, what would be their road of integrity to show them earnestly. And so they said it would be good if we had purchased property and things that showed equity. And that's one of the reasons why the ministry purchased that home, is to start creating a bigger portfolio before the banks. So
You didn't accomplish that by that document.
we did. You just don't have everything here. So you can keep your opinion.
So you don't
Why?
tell them that you're buying the house. You just say we need more money to show the bank we can borrow more money.
Yes, I share with them about purchasing real estate and just things like that.
But
Things
you-
that the ministry needs to do to become strong before the bank.
All right, so you don't say we just put a $250,000 down payment
Oh, yeah, I have shared that with them.
on stage in your group?
Yeah, I have shared that, yeah.
I thought you just said I don't have to share with the people. I wrote that down.
It was the context you said it in at that time. But you asked me now, did I share it with them? I said I did. I have. I'm very open about that.
All right, on March 17th, 2014, there was a check to Hope Jones and Associates for $7,500 as a retainer. What was that for?
That was concerning, they're the ones that's basically doing the bank hunting and that kind of thing
The
for
bank
us.
hunting.
Or, I don't know what to call it, but I don't know the legal word to call it, but they're consultants and they have connections with the banks and VIPs, so.
With banks and VIPs? You have to answer yes or no.
Yes.
So you're using them to do what?
To actually find a bank that would give us a loan so that we don't have to keep using our cash.
For what?
For ministry.
You want to take out a loan to conduct the ministry?
No, to build what we need.
What is it you're building?
I mean, we have other things we need to do, television, TV studio, media, everything. So it takes money to do that.
So you don't want to have to keep using your cash for that?
Right.
So the cash that comes in on the collection plate?
Yes.
Or bucket? Is that,
Is using the cash, yes, of the ministry. It's hard.
what should the cash for the ministry be used for?
Well, we want to be wise stewards with what God give us in the collection plate. So to keep just spending raw cash to purchase everything, it's hard. So we're trying to develop a stronger relationship with the banks to front us money so that we can be a more wiser investor with what we have.
Do you think it's better to take out a loan than to pay for it as you go?
Well, eventually it gets very hard. I mean, I think it's good you pay for everything cash as you start out and build a foundation, but if you're going to do bigger things, you need a financial institution to help front money. So it's
And then-
wiser.
That's wiser to you?
It is wiser.
And then you don't use your cash to pay the mortgage?
I'm sorry, I don't understand what you're saying.
Well, if they give you a loan, it's going to be a loan, right? And you have to pay it.
Yes, but that
Okay.
gives us time. It's about time and raising more finance through time. So large corporations do this, so I'm sure you know what that is.
And you compare yourself to a large corporation?
Well, that's not the point. The point is about wisdom, how money is used in a wise way to build.
Do you have a financial consultant?
Yes,
Who
they
is
are
that?
financial consultants.
That's who they are.
Yes.
All right, on April 29, 2014 and May 8, 2014, JMMI paid over $6,000 for pool repairs. Where would that have been done?
That was at the home,
What home?
the home that we purchased, the ministry purchased,
The residential center.
the residential center.
And so you had to pay $6,000 for the pool?
Yeah, some things were broken there, so need to replace some things.
Even though you're leasing that home?
No, we're purchasing the home. We're purchasing it.
Do you have a deed?
No, I don't think so. We're purchasing the home.
So did you tell the donors that you were going to spend $6,000 of it, their donations to fix the pool?
That's not how that works.
No, I'm sure it doesn't.
No.
Yeah, you don't.
We don't
tell
have to
them.
tell them all those details, but if we purchase something that the ministry is going to own, we believe in keeping it up in excellence. So if something is broken, we need to fix it.
All right, on July 22nd, 2014, you paid $550 to Elegant Jewelers in Birmingham, Alabama. JMI did. What was that for?
I don't know. I don't know what that I have no knowledge of that.
Do you think you should have knowledge of it?
No, I have people who taking care of that.
So it's okay for somebody to buy jewelry?
I don't think they purchase jewelry. You need to.
It's a
need
jewelry
to really,
store.
You need to really go and find out what that was about.
It's an Elegant Jewelers.
I don't know what that was about.
Okay. Was Debbie Frasier the beneficiary of that?
I don't know what that's about. I can't answer
You don't know?
that. No,
Do you tell your donors that you're buying jewelry?
we don't buy jewelry.
Okay.
What we do, we go there and we liquidate jewelry. I know that, but I don't know if that was the case there.
So
But we don't.
you
we
pay
have
them to
bought, We
liquidate?
have bought no jewelry from nowhere, from what I know of. I'm not aware of that. So you probably need to go ask Michelle about what that purchase was instead of having another opinion that breeds lies.
Mr. Patz, I would like you to, if you wouldn't mind, ask him to stop using that word.
Don't use the term lie.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Just, you have a difference of opinion. She's not lying.
Yeah.
She's asking you questions.
Okay.
And you just answer them. You don't have to volunteer information. Just answer the question
Okay.
if you can.
Okay.
Don't involve yourself in colloquy.
Okay.
On July 24th, 2014, you paid $1,000 to the Smith Anderson Law Firm, and then another $1,000 on October 21st, and then $2,000 on March 3rd. What was that firm used for?
I don't know. I can't tell you.
No idea what you hired a law firm for and spent $4,000 on?
I can't tell you. You probably need to go ask her.
We did this one, right?
But now we know this might be first.
Oh.
We don't know.
That's true. Jeff Wiseman was an attorney you hired also. You recall that?
I think I do, but I'm not.
It was just in September.
In September.
He specializes in foreclosures, things like that.
Yeah, I think that's our land attorney with the temp age, because he stepped in to for the forwarding of what we're doing with the home. The other
For
two,
the what?
the forwarding of the purchase of the home that
What do you
we're
mean the
having.
forwarding of?
Well, you know, the proceeding toward doing that. We were supposed to put 20% down on the home, not only what you normally do when you purchase a home of that size with a bank. It's usually $500K, but we only put down $250, and we're supposed to put down the other $250. And he's the lawyer that we hired. He's drawn up all the contract concerning that, with that as well. So that's part of the purchase. That's part of the process of the, I guess, the other papers you need. So
you're going to give this Mr. Lewis another $250,000?
yeah, that's the 20% down on the
When's
home.
that supposed to happen?
I'm not sure. They all, you know.
Well, if you've got the money to pay another $250,000, how about using some of that money to pay Debbie?
You don't have to answer that question.
Okay.
That's not a question, it's a statement.
All right, you testified at your last deposition that JMMI owns 3 vehicles, a BMW, a Mercedes, and a Bentley.
Yes.
Okay. Where is the BMW located?
It's in St. Louis.
Where?
At the residential center.
And what about the Mercedes?
Same.
It's at the residential center. And the
Yes.
Bentley?
Yes.
Residential center?
Yes.
And where are the keys to that located?
Same place.
Have you driven those cars?
Yes.
Is Michelle?
No. We usually have a driver. No.
So what are those cars used for?
Basically, when I have guests that come in town, or anytime ministry
What'd you say?
events, anytime ministry events.
Anytime ministry events?
Ministry events. We have that kind of thing.
What do you mean we have that kind of thing?
I'm sorry, what you say?
You said anytime we have ministry events, we have that.
That kind of thing. I said that kind of thing.
Yeah, what do you mean that kind of
A
thing?
ministry event.
Right.
Something, a crusade, or maybe a service, or some kind of ministry function, said that way.
In St. Louis.
It could be St. Louis, it could be here or other places, but usually we keep them residentially there in St. Louis.
So you drive like the Bentley to Detroit or Taylor?
No, we don't do that.
All right, so are those pretty much used exclusively in St. Louis?
Mostly exclusive in St. Louis.
And you said, but you use a driver a lot. I know you have a driver here today, 2 of them.
Yes.
Why do you have 2 drivers today?
Well, they're not just drivers, they're just adjutants.
They're what?
Adjutants or
Adjutants?
or security, you want to call it that.
What was the word you
security.
used?
Adjutant, that's a church term, so let's just say security. Maybe you'll
Security
understand
for
that.
whom?
For who?
Yeah, for whom?
For me, I guess. They're the ones that's here with me, right?
You require security?
Yeah. Yes.
Why?
Well, I mean, doing ministry or being in the public is very sometimes dangerous. And you have crazy people out there. And they have done crazy things, so.
To you?
Well, try to at least.
Like what?
I mean, any minister that is in front of the masses will go through something like that.
You think that any minister has security?
I mean, the Pope has a
No, he
a
doesn't.
thing that.
He actually
that-
doesn't.
Yeah, that.
He drives a Focus.
No, no. I'm talking
So
about that.
you're equating yourself with the Pope?
No,
Okay.
I'm saying that that little thing he buys costs $2 million, or how many ever millions? That's a bulletproof, right?
He doesn't drive that.
Well, somebody
doesn't
drives
use it.
them. Well, what I'm saying to
Hold
you,
on.
that
Pope
the
Francis
Catholic,
does not
let me say
use
this:
it.
the Catholic Church spend billions of dollars on security. So don't.
So you're saying that you're like the Catholic
No,
Church?
but I'm saying the little security that I do have, don't try to degrade that, because
I'm curious
there
why
are
you
places
feel
that
you
you
need
all
it.
know that have security, so it's not a big deal.
I personally do not know of one pastor that uses security. Not one.
That's not true.
Can you tell me any others that do?
Many.
Name one.
Pat Robinson.
Oh, you equate yourself with those folks, those TV folks.
Well, I mean, we're all doing the same kind of ministry, basically, around the world. So we have security because things happen, so it's important. I mean, I'm sure you've heard of people just coming in churches shooting people and stuff, so it's important to have that.
It's
Very
important to have security. Are these
yes.
people armed?
No, they're not armed.
So what kind of security could they provide? They supposed to
They're
take the
just
bullet?
here to help. I don't know.
Well,
what you
no,
say.
seriously, what do you need a
It's so
security
hilarious.
force for? And can I ask who pays them? I mean, he's been there all day. 2 of them. So who pays those folks?
Well, they're actually volunteers. Those 2 are volunteers.
And so they aren't compensated at all.
Well, I mean, that ain't, they
That ain't?
understand. They understand. I'm from the country, so I say ain't, so.
They understand what?
They understand that they are volunteers and they're here to help, but they are really greatly blessed through this ministry, so they are not being misused like you're trying to assume.
No, I actually am. What do you mean greatly blessed through the ministry?
Well, I mean, they are compensated, so.
Okay, that's what I'm
in
asking.
their own way. Mhm.
How? How do you compensate?
Well, I mean, I can't
Compensate in their
tell
own
you-
way. What does
I
that
can't-
mean?
I can't tell you that money is always the best compensation.
Okay, just
Other things.
Tell
happen,
me
so-
what they are.
Well, they're getting blessed through the ministry and the work of what we're doing, so their families and their lives, so
So they're blessed, and that's their compensation?
it could be one of them.
And what would be another one?
I don't know any other at this time.
But you're saying you don't give them money.
Yeah, they're not on salary, if that's what you're saying.
No, are they given any money?
No, they are a part of the ministry, and they do benefit from being around and being in different events and things we do that blesses them and their family. So they're appreciative of that. It's something that you may not have
I'm just
respect
wondering
for.
how they pay their own bills.
Well, you gotta
If they're
ask them.
volunteering all day,
You gotta ask them.
but they're blessed from the ministry somehow.
You gotta ask them. That's their life.
The 3 cars that we've talked about, in whose name are the titles?
They in the ministry name.
They're all in JMMI.
I think everything except the Bentley.
Whose name is the Bentley in?
It's in DeWin McDill.
I'm sorry?
DeWin McDill.
I need you to spell that.
DEWINN.
DeWin?
Yes, McDill.
Spell the last name? Is it a person?
Yeah.
What's the last name?
MCDILL.
DeWin McDill. And who is
If I'm
he?
not mistaken. He's one of the pastors in Montana that's in our organization.
Pastors in Montana? And he lets you keep the Bentley in St. Louis?
Yes.
And who is authorized to drive that car?
A driver, anybody in the ministry, that's one of my drivers.
I have a question, just from you minister to the poor and the sick and all that. Isn't it a little offensive to be driving around in a Bentley and a Mercedes to people that really, are impoverished and sick and ill and AIDS and drug rehab? Isn't it a little offensive to sort of being show-placing what you have?
Well, dear one, I don't show place to people, and I'm not in
Bentley.
that car. You don't see me driving around in that car every day. I don't do that.
But it's in the ministry. Everybody in the ministry sees you. You said you drive it.
I haven't before. You just asked me have I drove it, but it ain't something I drive every day or even every year. I don't do that. I have drivers who pick up my guests, my high-profile guests, politicians, pastors,
Who would a
celebrities,
high-profile
stars.
movie stars? Who would the movie stars be?
Just different ones.
Well, name a couple.
I can name one, Richard T. Jones.
Richard, I'm not familiar with him. Richard T. Jones is a movie star?
Yeah.
What about another one?
That's the only one I have for now.
That's the only one you know for now. Okay, and when you say a high-profile guest, you said politicians.
Yeah, but if
Who
it's
would
a
that-
politician, if there would be
Name a couple
one.
of those.
I used to, Gil, he used to, but he's not no more. He's out of office now, but he used to be I think the Secretary of Agriculture in that place, at the Capitol.
Secretary of Agriculture?
Yeah.
You picked up in a Bentley from the
No, I
airport?
didn't say I did that, but
He came.
it would be people who I would know like that.
Okay, give me a couple names that you'd need a Bentley to drive around in.
Well, I can't give you that.
You can't.
No.
But do you see my point that people that are suffering and giving you whatever their last dime is and in donations and drug habits, to have them see you drive around your high-profile guests in a Bentley or Mercedes might be offensive and hurtful even.
It could be offensive if they didn't know my life, but they know my life. It would be offensive to someone like you who's trying to make it bad, but
So it's
'cause your
important you have a
attitude,
Bentley.
It ain't really important. That don't make me.
Okay.
Okay.
Then you also have a Land Rover that you lease.
Range Rover.
Range Rover.
Yes, it's not a Land Rover. It's a Range Rover.
Which is the better one? I don't even know.
I don't know. They're just cars. That's all.
All right, then there's a series of documents that total almost $50,000 to limo land in 2013 and 14. You have to answer yes instead
Yes,
of... Okay, let's mark these as an exhibit. These are the-
I asked earlier, and there were 2 exhibits marked the first half. Do you want to start with 3, or do you want to...
I'll show you that. You can mark it as 3. And I'll ask you to identify, this came from Joshua Media Ministries, did it not?
Yes.
Okay, and it deals with October 1st to October 31st.
Okay.
Could you acknowledge that on the top?
Yes.
Okay. October 9th, 2013, there was $10,000 paid to Limo Land,
Yes.
and that's in St. Louis?
No, that should be in Springfield. Oh, not Springfield, Missouri, but in Missouri somewhere. It's not in St. Louis.
But it's in
It's in Missouri.
the state of Missouri? You have to answer yes or no.
Yes.
Okay, what was that for?
That was to cut the Mercedes into a limo.
It was to cut the Mercedes,
Into a limo.
and who needs that?
No, that's for guests.
It's for guests, and for you,
It's mostly
when
for
you're
guests.
entertaining guests?
Yes.
When you're entertaining.
Well, not. When we have guests come in, high-profile people, we
You have to have a
treat them
limo.
that way. Don't have to have a limo, but
In a
We-
Mercedes limo.
we treat them.
You treat them?
I said that we have hospitality. Maybe that's a better word.
Okay, then.
And this is not the first one the ministry's had. We
Oh,
had
not the
another
first.
Mercedes limousine. Yes, right. So
What
this
happened to
is-
that?
Look at that thing, Mark.
Okay.
Which one?
What happened to that one?
I gave up everything so that I could do ministry on a higher level.
You gave up everything. You have to answer yes or no.
Yes.
What does that mean, you gave up everything?
Well, you know, I didn't have to, but I voluntarily reduced my whole life so that I could, that was in 2005 to 2007, so that I could,
About the time you filed bankruptcy?
well, I had to because of me trying to give up the home and some other stuff I shared with
What do you
David.
mean- What do you mean, me trying to give up the home?
Well, I mean, basically,
You went bankrupt.
well, not really.
Not really?
That was bad advice. Just someone gave me bad advice.
But
to
you
do
filed for
something.
bankruptcy and were
Yeah,
adjudicated
but-
a bankrupt?
Yeah, but
Okay.
it's just bad advice.
So you call
I
giving
didn't
up
do that.
everything, buying a 2.5 million house and having a Bentley and a Mercedes
That
and a
was-
limo?
That was years ago, what I'm saying. So
What
what
was
you're
years
trying
ago?
to say is you're not.
Well, tell me what was years ago. I don't understand.
I gave you the dates. The
When you went
years,
bankrupt, about that
2005,
time you decided to scale back. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, but it wasn't. I didn't file bankruptcy because of that. That wasn't the.
Well, no, you had
reason.
debt.
Well, yes.
You wanted to
because-
discharge debt.
Well, no, it just wasn't that, actually.
What
It was
was it?
cutting back so that I could reach more people in the ministry.
Okay,
and
you're gonna have
focus.
to explain to me how filing bankruptcy is cutting back so that you can...
I never said that.
Hold-
You're
no,
putting
no.
words in my mouth. It's lying again. You
Can
know?
you read that back?
Yeah.
David?
Okay, where is it? All right, I just did...
She's lying, man.
Don't.
You know,
That's all I.
I understand.
Wait, I want to ask this one. So then you spent another $5,000. I'm looking for my
Do you want
note.
to play back, or are you going to?
No, that's okay. I know what he said.
Okay, repeat that one. where you started.
Okay. So you paid Limo Land almost $50,000 total,
Almost 50,000
and that was
To cut
for what? To make a limo?
to cut the Mercedes into a limo.
And you
it
think that
became-
was a good use of the money that people donated to you in JMMI?
Well, I mean, the banks certainly have looked at that on our books as good because it has an appraisal value of almost 200K, a little over 150,000.
What year is the Mercedes?
I don't know. I forget what year that is.
So did you at all mention to Mrs. Frasier that when she gave you over $1 million that you were going to use almost 50,000 of ministry money to make a limo?
We didn't use her money to make a limo.
Did
We
you
had
tell
money
her?
beside her money, so.
Yeah, but did you tell her that you were, going to use that ministry money for a limo?
Again, I want to say to you, for the record, that her money was not used for a limo. We brought in way more money than just her
From donors.
donations.
Some donors.
It don't matter. The point is the ministry brought that in, and so you cannot tell us how we allocated that and use her money for that. So her money went into a whole system of things, so.
But hold on. So, but you got this from donations, and you decided to use it to make a limo.
We really invested really good. The banks
No,
really
I'm just
think
asking
that.
if that's what you did.
No, not the way you're saying it. It's you're fortifying, forging.
I'm forging?
Oh yeah, you are. I mean,
David,
with your mouth.
David,
Yeah.
just the question is,
Okay.
did you use the money for the purpose?
No.
The answer is yes.
So,
Yeah, you got
Yeah,
donations
you got the
and
money,
you
use
used...
the money.
of course, I used
Then
it,
that's
but
enough.
okay.
You don't have to go through a defensive mechanism. It's,
Okay,
Yeah.
where's
you got
this?
the money, use the money.
But what about the way she's making it sound?
Don't worry about that.
Yeah.
Just answer the question.
Okay.
I can deal with the spin part of it.
Okay.
You just
All right.
answer the questions and don't get argumentative.
Okay.
We're going to show you a bunch of JMMI bank statements, and so that would be 4,
You want them all 4 or do you want?
all
Oh,
4.
this is the same thing?
Yeah, they're all be marked number 4.
And they're going to show clothing charges by JMMI.
Yes.
Do you spend any of your salary on clothing?
Some.
I'm just gonna hand her it on the other two.
That's fine.
So go ahead. Oh,
Well, we get that word, that's it.
Yeah. Can you make 10?
I'm going to show you exhibit number 4.
Okay.
I need. And on November 29th, 2013, JMMI paid over $6,000 to Louis Vuitton.
Yes.
What would that be for?
Well, this is for clothes concerning my TV ministry as well.
Oh, you have to wear Louis Vuitton?
Oh, it don't matter what name it is. The point is clothing are allocated to us for ministry purposes as well.
What do you mean they're allocated to you?
You know, in a media ministry,
In a what?
media ministry,
Yeah.
okay, or on the road, when I'm always traveling and using my clothes, I'm sweating through them. So I'm needing new clothes also for television ministry through the years. So
And so you use ministry money to buy your wardrobe.
outfit.
Your
it's
out-
called, it's allocated more towards ministry apparel.
Okay, and where is that kept?
In St. Louis.
In your home?
Yes. Mhm.
Okay, and do you get, does that go into what your income is?
I'm sorry. I don't
Do you
understand.
show that in your income that you got Louis Vuitton clothing?
No, that's not. That
That doesn't show.
because it don't go there.
It don't go there. I don't know what
no.
that means.
It don't belong there. That's out of place.
What's out of place?
You don't get taxed on things like that. That's for a ministry business purpose. So it's not.
Louis Vuitton.
Well, you can call whatever you want.
Well, then you had a month later, Men's Warehouse for $1,000.
Yeah.
Were these for you?
Yeah, those were suits for the TV ministry.
And do you wear them when you're not on the TV?
No, only to minister in them when I'm traveling.
Right, when you're
So
on
I have
TV or otherwise you wear them?
Yeah, television ministry.
But not always when you're just on TV?
Always. Either I'm being filmed when I'm up traveling around the nation, or
So
when I'm
like
at
the
my
clothes
TV
you're
show.
wearing now, are those purchased by JMMI?
No, this was actually purchased by me.
Okay. Then you spent another $724 for the Italian collection clothes in April.
Yeah, I'm always buying suits. Well,
Always.
not always, but
Always
whenever
buying
when we need them. So,
Whenever isn't it just you?
well, I mean, because I'm the main one out front, you know. Other than that, I would sweat through all of my personal clothes, and they wouldn't last long. So the
Who else
ministry
does the ministry
provides.
buy clothes for?
Well, the ministry team, if they need suits or things for uniforms for the ministry. So
Uniforms? What kind of, you have to answer
suits,
yet.
black suits, or anything that goes for choir or ushering, or
Your person out there that's a driver, did you buy his black suit?
I'm not quite sure if that was bought. I don't know if they paid for that one themselves, or I can't tell you. But we have purchased suits for people because they work, and it could be wear and tear on your personal clothes and tear them up.
So June 2014, you spent $3,500 by JMMI to Versace in the Bahamas. Yes?
I'm sure that's right, if it shows there.
And that was for clothing for you?
Yes, probably. Yes, most likely.
So you don't see that there's any problem when you're ministering to the poor, the sick, the needy, to be appearing in Louis Vuitton and Versace?
Well, that ain't something I purchase all the time.
No, it looks like you did several
No.
times in...
I mean, I'm a very frugal person when it comes to this. I go to the right places to get a lot of suits, and if I get some from those places, you don't see that.
I don't see Macy's.
No, you don't see that, because Macy's don't have the kind of suits that I wear. But what I'm saying is, this Louis Vuitton things, you don't see that in our charges all the time. We usually
Well, I
get
see
the
in
belts or
2000
something.
and the belts.
Yes.
In 2000, I see you're wearing a Burberry belt. Same kind of thing. You go to the top of the line. That's an
Well,
expensive
it's the
belt.
way you're making it look quite true. Yeah.
2013 and 14, JMMI spent over $30,000 in your clothes. Does that sound about right?
What year was that?
13 and 14?
Oh, God, yes, because I was traveling so much and sweating through all my clothes. Exactly. That probably wasn't enough, because just have so...
But they have to be top of the line expensive ones.
No, they're not top-of-the-line clothes.
Louis
actually.
Vuitton's not top of the line?
Those not where I get my suits from.
Well, you got something from them
yeah.
spent thousands and thousands.
Well, the belts are more lasting, so that's good.
Come on, you're buying belts for $5,000?
No, I mean, I have
Okay.
multiple belts, not
Just
just
so the
one.
record reflect,
Yeah.
there's an entry at Joe Banks here in June 11th of 14, one of the bottom feeding stores in the United States.
Well,
So
how about
I'd just like to call your attention to that once you've
How
circled
about the
that.
Gucci store?
I'd rather talk
August.
about Joe Banks.
No, we'll get to that. August 2014, you went to the Gucci store in Troy and purchased something?
Yeah,
What
like
would
I
that
say,
be?
it probably was a belt or maybe shoes. I don't
Belt
know.
or shoes?
But I don't usually buy my suits from these very expensive places. I just get the things that I invest in will last longer, like such as belts.
So you got to go
Or
to
shoes.
Gucci or places like that.
Well, no, I buy those things from there because they have a better TV appearance for the belt.
For
and
asking for money
shoe.
from the poor?
I mean, honestly, it ain't really like the way you're making it look, so.
Tell me how it is.
Well, I mean, I don't think you want to hear what I need to tell
Well,
you.
it sounds like you have to drive Bentleys and limousines and
Dave?
wear Gucci
Dave, just answer, if there's a question asked of you,
to,
answer the question. The
Okay.
rest of it's just
Okay.
byplay.
you
Okay.
like to look like money.
No. No, it's
You paid $1,000 to Monsieur Clothing in New York, and then another $715. Whose clothing was that for?
where's that now? I don't understand.
August 1st and October 28th. Total of over $1,700 to Monsieur Clothing in New York.
I don't know about that.
Yeah. All right, let's talk about Debbie Frasier and the payment of your legal fees.
Okay. Go ahead. What is that?
Debbie Frasier in any way whatsoever contribute to the payment of any of your legal fees?
Yes, but actually, I didn't know she had did that until afterwards, so.
What do you mean, when was it and to whom?
You don't have to answer that question.
Okay.
That's not privilege.
Yes, it is.
If Debbie
Anything
Frasier...
related to his legal fees, how, what, amount, when, how, is privilege.
I will ask the court about that because it's not attorney-client privilege.
Once you start talking about how much, the nature of the engagement, dates and times and places, it's privilege.
Okay, here there
You
is...
can ask questions that are not related to what happens between him and his counsel or lawyers.
I'm not asking about it between him and his
Yes, you are.
counsel.
You're getting
I asked
right there.
who paid it. Now, for example, August 27th, 2000...
You can say if he knows, did someone pay a sum certain on a date? If he knows. If he doesn't know, then he can't answer the question.
All right. Well, what you said was you didn't know it at the time, but you became aware of it later. Correct?
Do I answer?
That's what he
Answer
said.
that question.
Yes.
Yes, you can answer that
And
question.
what did you find out later?
Objection.
On what basis?
Privilege. Attorney-client privilege.
I don't think it's an attorney...
I do.
Well, hold on.
That I do. I really do.
Debbie Frasier.
No, what did he determine about payment of his attorney fees?
I'm asking him what he found out about Debbie Frasier.
What she told him, if she told him anything.
However, do you know that Debbie Frasier paid your attorney fees?
If you know.
Yes, I found out.
Yes, you found that out? In the amount of $7,500?
I don't know exactly how much it was. But
Well, there's August 2014, there is a $7,500 deposit, and then in September 2000, I gotta remake. Actually, I have fake lenses in there that are supposed to be able to let me do this. On the same day, in comes $7,500 and out goes $7,500, Frasier versus Frasier retainer fee for Hurt Schramm. So is it your understanding, and this is JMMI documents, that Debbie Frasier gave you the $7,500 or on your behalf?
Not that I know of, no.
Well, what did you find out later?
I just found out that she paid for some legal fees for me to have an attorney. So that,
Is that
all
all?
the details I know. Yeah, that's
Would
all I
that be
know.
the Hurt Schramm people or some other lawsuit?
I don't know. I'm not sure. I
Well,
can't,
is there some other lawsuit you're involved in?
not that I know of, no.
Okay, so was it your understanding that Debbie Frasier paid your legal fees to Hurt Schramm as invoiced in and out on
Honestly,
the JMMI?
I don't know who it was given to. I just heard that it happened. So you probably want to ask Michelle that.
When did you hear this?
I can't remember. I don't know exactly.
Who'd you
when.
hear it from?
Michelle shared it with me.
So Michelle told you that Debbie Frasier paid your legal fees.
Yeah.
And you see this here where it says $7,500 coming in,
Okay, I see that.
and on the same day,
What is this now? Is this what
This is
count
from
this?
you. This is JMMI.
Oh, okay.
And then,
We got to,
Colleen is worth it.
Disclose.
okay,
he's got to change the disc real quick so we can put this good on the record.
okay.
Here it goes.
Disagree.
Okay.
Stop.
We're going off the record. It is 4:30 p.m.
Yeah.
We are back on the record. It is 4:32 p.m.
All right, so I'm going to show you documents from JMMI about bank transactions.
Okay.
And do you acknowledge that this is August 27th, 2014?
Yes.
And under source, it says source not disclosed yet. Do you see that? You have to answer yes or
Yes,
no. And you see $7,500.
Right.
And then on the same day, August 27th, 2014, It says Schramm, check, retainer fee for Frasier versus Frasier, correct?
Okay. Yes.
And $7,500.
Yes.
Is it your understanding from talking to Michelle that that $7,500 that came in and then was routed out to pay Hertz Schramm was in fact Debbie Frasier paying for your attorney fees?
No, she didn't share with me the details of that. So I'm seeing this here, but I was never told that. I was just told that she gave it.
That she did pay your fees?
Yes.
And it was about the August 27th time?
I can't remember if it was the date or not. I
Okay,
can't really
but
verify.
in this time frame, at any rate? Because there wouldn't have been any other time you retained Hertz Schramm, was it?
But no, but I
She
don't know who it
retained
is.
Schramm.
He.
But she had, contemporaneously with this.
Well, right, but I'm talking about through JMMI. It wasn't done. Her
Yeah,
retainer wasn't
just so
paid.
that it's clear that there was also the retention.
Well, that's
in another
separate.
time and space.
Debbie Frasier's legal fees were not paid for by JMMI, were they?
Not that I know of.
Okay.
I don't
So
have recollection.
would it be a reasonable conclusion that this $7,500 that went in and then went back out for Hertz Schramm was sourced through Debbie Frasier?
Objection, you don't have to answer that. Cause for speculation, you don't have to conclude anything.
Okay.
Do you have any
Speaks for
information
itself.
otherwise?
No.
We gotta go, guys.
Okay. You testified that at your last deposition that Mrs. Frasier never gave you cash,
Yeah,
okay?
exactly.
And,
That was asked earlier today, too.
right.
Yeah.
However, Mrs. Frasier testified just last week that in October, just 4 months ago, that she gave JMMI $15,000 in cash.
I had no idea about it. It didn't come to me.
You had no idea you were given $15,000 in cash?
No.
He was not given.
I was not given
He was
anything.
not given anything.
JMMI, when I say,
I don't
If
know
he
what
knows.
comes in the offering plate until they count it in the back, and
You have
I'm
no
not
idea.
over all that, no.
so when you were asked if she had ever given you cash, you're saying that you had no idea that Debbie had just given you $15,000 in cash 30
No.
days earlier?
No.
Your IRS tax exempt paperwork,
That's not a continuation of the conversation. Can't we just do what we said we were gonna do? It's now past 4:30
Yeah,
and I'm
that's
running out of
okay.
time.
that's all right.
This concludes the deposition for the day. It is 4:36 PM. We are off the record.